Just this?
Yeah.
Anybody sign in? Okay. This is routine. I will
Go through it quickly.
especially the pieces that are explanation parts. All right. Good morning, Madam Clerk. Please call the roll for our zoning portion of the meeting this morning. Here.
Santana.
Present.
Harsh.
Here.
House. Jones. McCormick. Present. Spencer.
Present.
Mr. Chairman, your report.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning again, everyone. We're going to begin with ordinance number 641-2023 by Councilmember Griffin, an ordinance to amend the title in sections 4 and 7 of ordinance number 1193-2022 passed December 5th, 2022, related to changing the use, height, and area districts of parcels of land north of Cedar Avenue between East 107th Street and Stokes Boulevard. Map change 2671. Good morning, Mrs. Leonard.
Good morning, Chair. Shannon Leonard, Chief City Planner, City Planning Commission. You all will recognize this map change. It was a site plan specific rezoning, so the rezoning was dependent on a site plan. That site plan has been modified, leading to us to bring this legislation back to you. So the purpose of this zoning is to allow the proposed development to move forward as planned and as approved by City Planning Commission, to promote a diversity in housing typologies and to support transit and alternative mobility options. This is the existing conditions here at the corner of Cedar and Stokes. The existing zoning prior to 2022 was local retail C2 with a 43-foot specific map setback along Cedar and a 5-foot setback along 103rd. Again, this is just showing you the setbacks. The proposed zoning is going from local retail to limited retail H3, adding a 0-foot setback along the Cedar Avenue frontage to allow for townhouse units and a 7-foot specific map setback from the property line along Stokes to allow for the multifamily building. This is the site development boundary where this specific site plan is located. So the top right-hand corner was the site plan that you approved with this rezoning back in December 2022. And the site plan that you see enlarged here is the difference. And I'll walk through the differences, but really it's just the change in building footprint and the addition of 2 extra townhouse units due to the cost of building and construction over time. And so these are the new elevations. The elevation on the bottom was the originally approved elevation. The cost of that was prohibitive, and so they went to this building, to this on the top portion of this slide. This is the elevations, just to give you an idea of what Planning Commission approved. And again, so there's an addition here. The townhomes pretty much stayed exactly the same. They just add 2 additional units and some additional parking. Another just elevation to give you an idea of what the new townhomes will look like. And then, so parking, there's 255 apartment units, 66% are fully furnished studios. There will be no short-term Airbnb rentals within this property. The property is geared to students and employees in the area. Originally, they had 6 townhome units. They're now proposing 8. And then they're proposing 89 off-street parking spaces, which is 35% of the required, which is why we did the site plan specific rezoning here. And essentially, they did a demand study showing what the demand of the parking was. They made a commitment to Fairfax to work expeditiously to create a residential parking program. And they're in close proximity to several bus routes, including the Health Line, which offers 15 minutes or better frequency. And so what is transit demand management? It's a set of strategies aimed at maximizing traveler choices that you all have been hearing about lately and will continue to hear about. I focus on understanding how people make transportation decisions and helping people use infrastructure that is in place for transit, ride sharing, walking, biking, and other modes of transportation. This development team was provided a list of choices that have been identified as the highest priorities that offer the greatest amount of opportunity and benefit to residents and visitors alike. And it's a site plan specific legislation requires the development to adopt and maintain these TDM strategies. And so they will be exempt from the requirements of 349.04 as it relates to automobile parking, so long as they continuously adopt and maintain these strategies as adopted by Planning Commission and attached to the legislation. Some of that includes, will subsidize transit passes at 40% subsidy to tenants not eligible for free or discounted passes as students or employees through the Commuter Advantage program. They have some type of commitment and agreement with RTA. Car and parking options, they will experience cost savings if they opt out to not rent parking spaces. There will be electric car charging stations provided with infrastructure to expand to at least 50%. The development company here, Acre, and their development partner have a direct investment for charging firms to handle this type of thing. And then they also have active transportation options. They'll work with the City of Cleveland to reduce traffic lanes, improve crosswalks, and utilize other traffic calming features, streetscape improvements. They will have interior secured parking provided for 150-plus bikes and covered exterior bicycle parking, bicycle repair kits, air pumps, and adequate workspace provided for all residents, a shared bicycle program, and designated parking for scooters and other mobility options. There is council support from Council President Griffin, and that's it. Really, the only thing that really changed here from December was the site plan, and that was due to the cost differences that have occurred over time with the economy. So we're proposing limited retail H3, a 0-foot setback on the north side of Cedar, along Cedar to accommodate the townhomes, and a 7-foot setback from the property line along Stokes. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Leonard, always for a very thorough and detailed presentation. We always enjoy to have you with us at the table. We will now open up the public comment portion of the meeting. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone signed in? No, Mr. Chair. Have we received any public comment via email? No. Okay. We will now close the public comment portion of the meeting. We'll open up to the committee for questions. Questions from the committee? Any questions? All right. As you noted, Mrs. Leonard, this is supported by our council president, and I agree that these TDM strategies are very, very will be very good for our neighborhoods. This allows for projects to choose the type of strategies that fit where they are building these projects. And I think what was selected by this group really fits this community and should not be subject to the restricted parking codes that we have within the city of Cleveland. I had an opportunity to join a call, and the director and team, I believe you were on the call as well, had a chance to lay out to me, what the strategy is, what these strategies are, rather. And, and this will be one of the first projects that will be utilizing these TDM strategies. So, listen, I'm excited for it. I hope other developers are watching. They can, take note and add some of these strategies to their projects. So, thank you. All right, see no further questions. Ordinance number 641-2023 stands approved. All right. Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, that ends the zoning portion of DP&S, and we will close this portion of the meeting.
All right, good morning, everybody, and I have completely lost my voice. I did not expect to be at the microphone today, so, but we're gonna get rolling with our finance agenda today. Yeah, thank you. All right. That was 6:32, okay. I'm sorry. Here he is, thank God. Say that.
Good morning. Today is Monday, June the 5th. This Committee of Finance, Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion is called to order. Madam Clerk, please call. This Committee of the Whole is called to order. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Griffin.
Here.
Bishop.
Here.
Conwell. Here. Gray. Harrison.
Here.
Harsh. Here. House. Jones. Casey.
Present.
Kelly.
Present.
Moore. Here. McCormick.
Present.
Valencic. Santana. Present. Slight. Spencer.
Present.
Starr.
Present.
Mr. Chairman, you're a quorum.
Thank you. First and foremost, I believe we have guests from, because I want to make sure we handle the guests first. Do you have the ones who have guests? I believe, I know CMSD, and who else do we have? Which ones? Okay, so which four? These? Okay, so these four. Okay, got it. All right. The first one that we're going to hear is ordinance number 404-2023 as amended, an emergency ordinance approving the application of ADAPP Junior LLC to establish a designated outdoor refreshment area on East 4th Street in the city of Cleveland and establishing requirements to ensure public safety within such area. This is as amended, and the amendment state there is no legal objection to this legislation if amended as follows. In the first whereas clause, line 1, after LLC, insert the applicant. Number 2, in section 4, line 1, strike applicant and insert capitalized applicant in quotations. Insert in number 3, insert new section 5 to read as follows. Section 5, that the applicant and the various departments of the city shall report on the liquor violations and operations of the East 4th Street DORA to City Council as requested to assist Council in its annual review of the East 4th Street DORA in accordance with Chapter 699B. And then number 4, renumber existing sections 5 and 6 to new sections 6 and section 7. Who's going to be speaking on behalf of the administration?
Mr. Chairman, can I just have a quick point of order?
Yes, you can.
Thank you. For those who are on the tablets, this is under public safety.
Thank you.
Public safety.
What was that? That's how it is on the tablet. I will ask. Present it.
You good?
Good morning. Yes.
All right. Director?
Yes, good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share more about the DORA. This is a proposal that we have worked with Ari Marin and the East 4th Street property owners on establishing. This would be our very first designated outdoor refreshment area in the city of Cleveland. And cities all around Ohio have established DORAs, these designated outdoor refreshment areas, in order to promote their entertainment districts, their downtown areas. Cities like Sandusky have established DORAs, areas near Akron, Columbus, other municipalities have large and active DORAs in order to help promote the activity in all of this downtown or in various neighborhoods. The DORA is a pretty straightforward piece of legislation. It follows the state of Ohio's regulations around what's needed. There's a petition process. There was a public meeting held on May, I believe it was 18th, in order to allow for any public discussion, where Councilman McCormick attended, as well as Carl Brunges from Landmarks Commission, in order to inform the public of the DORA. The geography is limited just to East 4th Street between Prospect and Euclid Avenue, and so is a quite limited DORA in itself. At Municipal Services Committee, there was a lot of discussion around the opportunity to expand the DORA in the future. As this is a quite small geography, we discussed that this is a pilot opportunity to see how it goes, to evaluate year over year, and see how we might be able to extend this over time to various areas around the city. Thank you.
All right. This is an exciting project, and I think that we all are very supportive of it. I'd ask if you could, Ms. Moss, if myself, and I would take it if Councilman McCormick can be added as co-sponsors of this, if we could. All right. I'm going to turn it over to Councilman McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. we've had extensive conversations around this, Dora. Not only that, we've been working closely with our partners in the Downtown Cleveland Alliance and downtown residents as well. As the director noted, I actually ran the public hearing on East 4th Street, and we had some community members come and ask questions, generally very supportive, but questions like, will this be family friendly? Can I bring my dog down the street still? Is it still public access? Answers yes to all, strong yes to all three of those components. And not only that, those are encouraged. And really, hopefully, this design through, a less rigid structure on 4th, meaning without all of the kind of gated areas, this will allow for a freer flow for the public and better access, quite frankly. So we've had a lot of conversations around this, Mr. Chair. I think this is a really good place to pilot this type of policy in the city of Cleveland. I want to thank the director and her team for their work on this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Does anyone have any questions for the director regarding 404-2023? 404-2023 stands approved as amended. Once again, please add myself and Councilman McCormick to this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Next up is 659-2023. I believe this is CMSD. If they could join us at the table with Director Williams. This is ordinance number 659-2023 by Council Members Bishop and Griffin by departmental request, an emergency ordinance authorizing the directors of Public Works and Finance to enter into one or more contracts with the Cleveland Metropolitan School District to conduct recreational, cultural, and extracurricular programs for the benefit of school children during the 2022 and 2023 school year. How you doing?
Good,
Ms.
how are
Powell?
you? How are you?
Good to see you. And do we have, is Director Williams going to join us as well? Okay. All right, please proceed, Ms. Powell, and then we'll let Director Williams join us at the table in a moment.
Thank you. I just want to begin by saying thank you to Council for all of the support that the city gives us, because without your support, the things that the children are able to do in athletics and student activities would not exist. So you've given us support over several decades, and we appreciate it. And we're here to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. I know this is traditionally what we do almost every year. The amount is $950,000. That's been the same amount for probably the last 5 years or so, or
Yeah,
more?
about 6 or 8 years.
Last 6 or 8 years? Okay. Councilman Bishop, did you have any questions?
Mr. President, I think this is a good source of, this is a good use of funds. CMSD has done an outstanding job with working with our youth and our neighborhoods and providing a place where young folks can go to learn and grow. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Okay. I think I want to make one quick announcement, if I could. Councilman McCormick just reminded me, because this is committee of the whole, when you get the document, please sign all committees that you are on. So you need to sign at all the committees that you are on, since this is committee of the whole, okay? All right. I have Councilman Mike Polensek, then I'll come back to Councilman McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, my honorable colleagues. To the representative of CMSD, was there a handout provided for the number of students that participate in each of the programs at the various schools? Was that ever provided?
That's provided in the final evaluation that we get from our external evaluator. So for, what year is she working on now?
She's working on last school year.
She's working on last school years now, so you'll get last school year's numbers the next time we come to the table, because she has until June 30th, the end of our academic year, to complete it.
Okay, so we have to wait a year to get that then? Okay.
We're always a year behind. That's how this has all been set up.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to think we could get the number sooner than that, because I'm concerned about the number of students that are participating. Are all the programs at high schools?
No, and I'll introduce Ken Barrett, who is actually the gentleman in our office that handles the SEEP funds and all the programs out of student activities.
Okay.
Good morning again. My name is Kenneth Barrett. I'm Student Activities Manager. And our programming runs from K through 12. For K through 5, we have educationally based field trips where we work with a lot of partners around the city of Cleveland to send all of our K-5 students to those type trips. 6 through 12 is all sports related, and then we also have arts as well, which I believe arts is K through 12 as well, right? Yes, and arts as well.
Yes, first. Because we had been talking, Mr. Chairman, my own colleague, Councilman Harrison, myself, and others have been talking about a Boys and Girls Club program, and we were told that we could not do that at Collinwood because of this program. Is there any integration at all at some of the other sites between Boys and Girls Club and this program?
To my understanding, there's Boys and Girls Clubs in other schools, particularly East Tech, and it has nothing to do with interfering with the SEEP dollars. And that's usually out of the Say Yes department of the school district and the after-school portion of what goes on
So
after
if we
school.
wanted to implement a Boys and Girls Club program at Collinwood High School, this would not interfere with it?
No.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilman Kerry McCormick?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to speak in support of 659-2023. These are critical programs for our kids and our young people, excuse me. But the more we talk about this conversation is, we focus so much on the pedagogy of the day-to-day classroom, but what are our young people doing before and after school is so critically important, and I really hope that we continue to elevate this conversation, because if our young people, they can get that education in the classroom, but if they're not getting the needs met before and after, I think we're failing. So I just really appreciate the continued work here on ensuring that these types of activities are available before and after school. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Councilman Richard Starr.
Thank you, Council President. I just had a few questions regarding Ordinance 659, 2023 through the chair. Can we just elaborate a little bit on what this funding goes through as far as the sports leagues dealing with CMSD through the chair to the table?
Okay, for the funding that comes out of the $950,000, years ago when it was established that every high school that had a football team would receive $10,000, and any Senate school that did not have a football team would receive $6,000. That was years ago, which means we are really behind in elevating the athletic program through funds yearly.
Yep. So through the chair to the table and to my colleagues, the reason why I asked that question is because I believe CMSD, one of the last sports that they finishing up for the school year was track and field.
Yes.
And me being so heavily connected to the sports program in the city of Cleveland, one of the things I received from coaches, players dealing with track and field is the fact that their resources are not there regarding track and field. Like we have students who possibly be trying to run in basketball shoes, different issues, and then also some coaches expressed to me some of their concerns they have with the track and field championship game regarding the timing, not feeding kids, how late we were out there, and those things. Is there some way that we can address those or try to help? Because, I'm a CMSD grad and I play sports in CMSD, and I believe sports can help change lives as well as ours, since Councilman Conwell is here. I just want to see, like, with this $950,000 or with the plans in the future, do we have like an assessment going on, or are we reviewing this ordinance to make sure we address some of those issues and challenges that some of our students may have? Through the chair to the table.
Yes, I'm going to have Ken break down how the funding is divvied up from the $950,000 so you can see where it's going.
Okay.
Okay. Councilman, you done, Councilman Starr?
What he's going to answer.
Oh, you're going to answer it? Okay. And could you provide us a hard copy of that if we could? Be great to
I've got
have
some
it.
copies here.
Okay, thank you. because we could just pass this out to everybody on the table. Thank you.
Yeah, and this is on page 1, 2, 3. This is the fourth page, and this is our plan for the 22-23 school year, and it pretty much follows the same allocations for every school year. So $200,000 of that goes towards non-traditional extracurricular programs, and that is the educationally based field trips that we send our K-5 students on. $292,000 of it goes to K-8 athletics and student activities programs. So that's for our 6th through 8th grade students, and that pays for all of the stipends for the coaches, as well as transportation to and from sporting events. $114,000 goes to high school athletics, and that is the $10,000 that Desiree spoke of earlier for all football programs, and $8,000 to all $6,000 to all non-football programs. $202,000 goes to arts education. $123,000 goes to high school extracurricular activities, which are esports, cheer, high step, and military drill, chess. Things that are not considered sports, and then $18,000 goes to the group of people who actually does the evaluation for us to submit to you at the end of the school year.
Thank you, Council President.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Kevin Conwell.
Thank you very much. I want to say to CMSD, congratulations also through the chair. Somebody had to ask me that I go to East Tech. I'm like, you crazy. But congratulations. Let me clear my throat. For the victory of the Mighty Mighty Top Blooders to our 17th state championship. 17th state championship in track meet. So, you're doing a good job. That's a great outcome measure there. So I just want to give it up to the Mighty Mighty Top Blooders.
Thank you so much.
So, through the chair, this is only when you narrated, you did a good job of breaking the budget down. You talked about sports, but we have Jeff Allen here, where we are with the on the arts, also extracurriculum. Yep. Everybody's not going to be like Star playing football or whatever the case may be. You're going to have some people, some children that want to get into the arts. And let me say this before you answer the question. One thing about the arts, it teaches discipline and good character. However, let me not say however, looking at it being correlated to the arts, it's the same thing. They're both entertainment, and they both teaches character. And through the chair to Jeff Allen, where are we at with that?
Thank you for the question to the chair, to the councilman. I'm pleased to report that the arts continue to grow and thrive in the district. The dollars here support needed materials, and the great thing that's happening now that we've invested heavily as a district in the arts. This year alone, we've invested $1.2 million in additional musical instruments for our scholars. We're spending $30 and $35 per student on consumable art supplies. So our educators are able to use these dollars to select highly specialized items that really elevate the program to a new place. I'd like to cite our recent success with the Rock Your World with STEAM event. My conservative estimate is 4,000 families attended that event.
That's a good thing.
And over 1,000 scholars representing 80 schools presented their work artistically at that event.
So through the chair, look at his extracurricular activities. We're going to have band camp this summer. We can recruit, and where? Because that needs to be ongoing.
To the chair, thank you for the question. This will be the third year we're offering a summer all-city arts band camp that covers grades 3 through 12. There's a marching band camp which focuses on grades 6 through 12, a band camp for grades 3 through 6. There's also a choir camp, and this year we're offering for the second time around a musical theater camp. So these are comprehensive programs that capture students who want to continue their learning in the summer at no cost to the children or the families. They are transported, they are transported from their home school sites to the site, which happens at John Marshall. We selected John Marshall simply for a safety reason. For the marching band, you can walk out the back door of the building directly onto the football field for marching band instead of having to cross the street. So as we continue to grow these programs, we hope to see programs on multiple sides of town.
Definitely, like just Cleveland School of the Arts. I'm looking at that right now, where Council President Blaine Griffin, that would be a great site. You have safety there. What can you get more safety at? You have UCI, you have Case Western Reserve, CPD, all of that is there, and it's a campus there.
Thank you for the question. Again, one of the reasons John Marshall is selected is because of the ability to go out into the football field for the marching band. And currently, the campus between the John Hay campus and Cleveland School of the Arts, although adequate in size, is not lined for football. So it's, again, just an efficiency of being able to learn the appropriate marching cadences in a appropriate location. But to the point, the school year programming for All City Arts has moved to Cleveland School of the Arts, and that has been in place since this year. It started last year, and it was formalized moving forward for the future this year.
Matter of fact, I'm going to close this out. I'll meet with you, and I will meet tomorrow anyway at the coffee house at 9 a.m.
9-ish, yes.
Yeah, 9 a.m. to discuss the arts in the schools. So we'll continue working. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Brian Casey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, to our presenters, I just want to reiterate, or just want to ask if we could meet before that band starts, because the John Marshall's in the middle of a neighborhood, and we want to make sure it doesn't start too early or go too late, because I do get complaints about that. So if we could just not go over it at the table, but if you could please reach out and make sure that we have that discussion before that starts. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilman Mike Palencic.
Chairman, my colleagues, this is what I don't understand. For all the money we provide CMSD through our property taxes to the presenters, I don't understand why there is not a music program, like a band program at each high school. I don't get it. I don't get it. There used to be. All the things that I took for granted when I went through CMSD has been stripped from these kids. And I thought it was so insulting that when Glenville went for their state championship, we had to bring in a band from Warrensville Heights.
Yep.
Well, what happened here? With all the money, your budget is almost, what is the budget of CMSD? The overall budget?
I don't know about CMSD, but I brought the young lady who could talk about the athletic department.
But I'm told your budget is as big as the city of Cleveland, maybe bigger. And we can't have a band program, a music program at East High School? I don't, for the life of me, I don't get it. It's insulting, quite frankly, that these kids are being denied the ability to maybe get a scholarship through a music program. Mr. Chairman, I'm hoping at some point with our committee that Jasmine so gladly chairs, that we need to get the new CEO in here to really explain things to us before the council, because I shake my head every day why these kids are being denied the basic programs that they once had in this city. So I'll leave it at that. We need to get the new CEO in here as soon as we can. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Seeing no other questions, ordinance number 650.
Mr. President, they should bring us back the outcome. This young man, what's your name, Mr. Chair?
My name is Kenneth Barrett.
He narrated well, and their goals and objectives. They should bring it back to us. With Mike Palencic, with narrating, so we know where they're at.
We'll work with the chair, with Councilor Santana to do that. Okay. All right, thank you, everyone. Please sign on. Ordinance number 659-2023 stands approved.
Thank you so much.
Remember to sign all of the committees that you are on. Next up is Habitat for Humanity. If they could come to the table.
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
Point of order, if Councilman McCormick had a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Please note my recusal from, what is Habitat?
Habitat is 658-2022.
658-2020.
All right. And we will notify you when this piece is done. Okay. This is ordinance number 658-2023 by Council Members Spencer, Bishop, Gray, Kelly, Palencic, and Griffin. an emergency ordinance authorizing the Director of Community Development to enter into a grant agreement with Greater Cleveland Habitat for Humanity to partially finance the construction of 50 new homes in the city, and further authorizing the Director of Economic Development to enter into a grant agreement with Greater Cleveland Habitat for Humanity to provide economic development assistance to partially finance the acquisition of a building located at 2110 East 110th Street. Mr. Litton, how you doing?
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Good morning. Is anybody from the administration going to be joining, or? Okay, I got you now. Anyone else from? Okay, all right, go ahead. Please move forward, Mr. Litton.
Good morning. Well, we're excited to be here, excited at this potential opportunity to continue our work on the southeast side, but also in other wards of the city of Cleveland for the benefit of up to 50 families in the city.
Okay. But I just want to make sure before we move forward, just a couple of questions. This would also leverage, or doesn't it leverage other opportunities as well? And can you talk a little bit about that? And maybe give a little bit more background about some of the hot spots that you've already built in so that everyone knows that this is not something new?
Sure, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Through this, we will be leveraging this grant opportunity to the tune of another $27 or so million from other sources, including Ohio ARPA, including foundations in the area, including our donors, and other forms of income in order to realize a 400-home initiative that we actually have in store over the next few years in the city of Cleveland that will include wards 8, 11, 2, 4, there we go, and 15. That screen's handy, yes. And that includes new builds, that includes rehabbing homes wherever we can find opportunities, that includes creating a new critical home repair program that will seek to help with houses in between the houses we're working on already that might need a new porch, need a new roof, those sorts of things. We will also be doing what we did this past Saturday, in fact, a spruce up day. We'll be doing more of those on the streets where we do our work. When Habitat goes onto a street in Shale is a great example where we are working on 8 houses currently, but that also kicks up a lot of dust and opens up the streets and creates challenges for the existing residents that are there. And so we go in and do spruce up days like Saturday where we will go in and help with some paint, landscaping, maybe some new steps on a porch, things like that. So everything from those minor repairs all the way up to new builds, we will be realizing through this 400-home initiative.
Okay. Can you give me an example of how you do it? Because what you're really talking about is community benefits agreements. Like when you go into a street, how would you negotiate and make sure that you have those kind of things? Like, I like what you're saying. And you know as well as I know, when you go to these places and you build new homes, a lot of legacy homeowners who have been there for 30, 40, 50 years in more cases often say, well, you know, it's nice, but what about my curbs? We don't have any curbs. Or it's nice, but I'm living on a fixed income and I can't paint my house. So my house is falling apart while you're building a brand new house. How do you be a good neighbor, and how do you looking at some of those different things?
Mr. Chair, thank you. We are building community as much as we're building homes. We get to know the residents on any street where we're doing our work. And through that, I think it actually becomes a pretty natural progression for us to help with minor things that they might need. We'll leave the curbs to the city, frankly, for the most part, but otherwise we will paint the house. We will help with the front porch, all those sorts of things.
Okay. All right. Director, did you want to add anything before we move forward?
Just wanted to say that the administration is fully supportive of this. We appreciate council's leadership in initiating this legislation, and we're excited for the work that will happen and how this contributes to housing in the city.
So just to give everybody background on this, one of the things that we really tried to do is go into some of the edge and middle neighborhoods, because as we often know, a lot of these edge and middle neighborhoods don't get an opportunity to see new housing, new development, and other things because they oftentimes are not by anchor institutions. So this is our effort on City Council's behalf, and this is a council-led initiative, to really try to beef up home ownership, and especially age-friendly home ownership in the city of Cleveland. And I know that I've worked with Habitat to do at least 50 in the footprint of the Woodland Hills community, and it's a pretty good deal. So just wanted to make sure that everyone knew that was going. The last question that I have is about capacity. A lot of what you do is dealt with volunteers, and by expanding as large as you are, will you have the workforce base and the capacity to expand and do these programs and expand in these neighborhoods with the same quality work? Because I can only imagine that your volunteers are only able to work so many hours. So are you going to still work with some of the labor unions and others to try to get them to be a part of this, or how are you going to work on making sure you
Mr. Chair,
build capacity?
thank you. Good question. It will be, first of all, we have 10 new positions we're creating through this initiative that we're already working on filling, some of which have already been filled. Some of those roles involve volunteer management, so the recruitment and training and preparation of new volunteers into the organization as well. Habitat is a thing that I've found people want to be a part of, and the need is growing, but also the need for service, I think, and opportunities like that are growing. And so I think through our own employees growing that base, but also adding to our volunteer base, as well as corporate partners, as well as union partners, as well as subcontractors that we're going to do some work with, growing, we will be able to tackle this growing need and opportunity. And while I have the microphone, if I may also just say, it's been a pleasure working both with council and the administration to make this happen. I applaud you all as public servants. It's really been interesting and incredible to be able to work with all of you and discuss these different things and how it's all going to work. A lot of moving parts to an initiative like this, but we've been able to make it happen, and I think it's democracy at its finest.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I had Councilman Richard Starr, Councilman Mike Polensek, Councilwoman Jenny Spencer.
Thank you, Council President. I'll try to be real brief. When I look at this ordinance 658, some questions coming to mind for me. I know I always get a little passionate, but one of the things I don't understand is, the placement of these homes. And what I mean from, maybe it's because I'm a little more hands-on, given the fact that I've helped build houses on East 130th, off of Woodhill Hills, with Boys and Girls Club, managing 16 youth for numerous summers to be able to build homes. And when I look at this piece and this legislation, I see, once again, the central neighborhood don't get a thing. And what I mean by that is, we've been doing a lot of different great things throughout the city, surrounding this ARPA funding. And I said it when I first got in office. We always say east versus west, but central do not fall in lines of any one of those areas. It's central. So when I look and see $13 million to build 50 homes, when I have the poorest neighborhood in the city of Cleveland with the second most vacant land usage in the city of Cleveland, how did we select these homes, and how did we put this together and not think of central through the chair to the table?
So I'll answer that, and the reason I'll answer that is because this is really a council-led position, a council-led initiative. The council members that you've seen on part of this, and I really would, basically commend Councilwoman Spencer, really just said these were the priorities that they would like to spend ARPA dollars on. So that was the first thing that these council members said, that this is an initiative that they would really like to invest their ARPA dollars in. So these council people pretty much have gotten together and said that they would like to, make this one of their key projects to work in neighborhoods. I would redirect the question, if I could. The other thing that we were trying to do, Councilman, just to let you know, we were trying to make investments in middle and edge neighborhoods, because we know that there's a lot of things going on around where the anchor institutions are and other places like that. We know that we have a Southeast strategy, but we didn't have anything for like Bel Air Puritas, North Collinwood, some of those areas, so we really tried to deal with that. So we are trying to spread in those different areas, but the redirect question, which I would redirect for you or Mr. Litton, is if Councilman Starr wanted to make priority to get a group of homes and possibly be a part of this initiative, and we potentially increase that amount, is that able to do? And Councilman Starr, is that something that you would want to invest in?
If we got to ask that question, I don't even know why I ran for office. and what I mean by that is, it's frustrating. I've given ideas. I've tried to work with staff on things that I got to do. But if I don't flip out and start cussing people out, I don't get nothing from my neighborhood. If I don't cut up and act like a George Forbes or just deliberately ask for some support, like I mentioned, I've given list of different type of projects, priority for Ward 5, and still it always comes back nowhere near what was given, whether it's through the research or anything. Okay. When I look at my neighborhood, if you're not living in the projects or you're not living below the poverty guideline, it's hard for you to live in my neighborhood. But I do have vacant lots. I do have different areas that need some development, and I just want to make sure we're doing things what we call an equitable way. And somehow it seems like Central is never a priority. It's never a priority. As much as we spent almost $400 million of ARPA dollars, and nothing has came to Central. And I know we got 120 million left. I just want to look and see when we're going to take care of those who need to be taken care of just as well as everyone in the city. And it's just real frustration, Council President. And it's like we got together with this initiative. We don't think Central want to do anything. We don't think the people in Ward 5 want these houses, or the council person ain't making a priority, which is nonsense because I've done it. I've done what the council has asked me to do, and I still don't get no return on investment or anything. And I'm not going to just hold up the meeting about my thoughts and my concerns, but I just wanted to make sure I mention it to everyone that it's crazy that we purposely created Central to be the neighborhood it is, and now we see the wrongs of that, challenges that we have, and we feel like we just can't do it right now, or we're going to take our time, or it wasn't a priority because others thought this was a priority. I just want to make sure we start prioritizing the needs in Central as well as North Broadway, as well as parts of Midtown. I mean, we're doing edge communities. We're doing $15 million investment in Southeast neighborhood. We're giving $10 million to one sole entity to do some different rehabs to a system that's been failing for years. But at the same time, we don't put none of that type of money into a neighborhood such as Central. And on top of that, Q, we do need some funding to get a grocery store to address the desert needs in Central neighborhood. We do need to have some affordable housing as well as some market rate houses in the Central neighborhood. Like I said, if you become a middle class person earning coming out of Central or Ward 5, if you can't find nowhere a decent place to live unless you're living in the public housing estates, and that is a disinvestment that has been going on for Central for so long in Ward 5, no matter who's been serving. And I refuse to say that I got elected to just see money keep passing by, and we don't take real actual planning to look at neighborhoods such as Central and Ward 5 to be able to be addressed, Chair. And I yield.
Councilman, I'd be more than willing to have a follow-up conversation with you with that. I do want to make sure I understand, Mr. Litton, if this was to expand and we were to amend, how would we be able to add to get more homes in Ward 5?
Well, Council President, Mr. Chair, if there's additional funding, we would look to work in additional neighborhoods, certainly.
Okay, so what I would like to do then, because I want to make sure if you guys get a proposal and maybe have a conversation with Councilman Starr, we'll follow up and see what we might be able to do if we need to increase this amount or do something to help in there, okay? But I want to follow up and have that conversation with Councilman Starr and go through that process, okay?
Sounds good.
All right, thank you. I have Councilman Mike Polensek and then Councilwoman Jenny Spencer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, my honorable colleagues. And I hear the concerns of Councilman Starr, and the only thing I can say is this, that as the council president indicated, I appreciate the council president and my other colleagues, Jenny and those of us who basically have been denied the assistance because we've been told that, go back to that old triage principle that somehow like we're the walking wounded and we don't need much help. So therefore, our neighborhoods historically, because we were edge, have been denied city assistance. But there's the bigger issue here, and I think Richard touched on it, is that council does not set policy. Policy is set by the administration. And for decades now, there's been no policy out of this administrations as it pertains to addressing the 16,000 vacant lots that exist in this city. And that's the reality of it. And so we pass legislation, we enact a budget, but we don't set policy. And there has been a lack of a coordinated effort going back God knows how long between city planning, economic development, community development with regard to addressing the vacant lot dilemma that we have. So what do we do today? We spend $2 million cutting grass on vacant lots. And I think it might even be more than that. But there's no policy to come up with a plan to build new housing. Councilman Starrs touched on it. All of us have talked about it in the course of the ARPA discussions. The council president, I appreciate, because he heard the concerns. I don't have a Cleveland Clinic. I don't have a UH. I don't have a major institution in the greater Collinwood community, and many of my other colleagues don't as well, that we can leverage with or partner with. So we're looking to other groups and organizations. So at the end of the day, the city, Mr. Chairman, is going to have to come up with a policy, and we've been talking about modular homes. We've been talking about other type of unique housing in the city. The city's going to have to come up with a game plan to build on vacant lots. And as Councilman Starr indicated, in the past, the game plan has been we're going to rebuild the projects, rebuild the family estates, in some cases rebuild senior housing, but where we need family housing, there's been no policy. So I'm looking to Habitat for Humanity, which is an outstanding group, and I'm also reminded that a former president who now is in a hospice, Jimmy Carter, played a major role in helping to create Habitat. None of us should ever forget his commitment to that. Decent man who cares about working families and low-income families. But we have got to come up with a citywide policy, I don't care whose ward it is, to build affordable housing. And that has not been there. So we see new housing going up in Tremont, Ohio City, sections of maybe of what we call the trendy neighborhoods, but my folks can't afford a $300,000 and $400,000 house. On the east side, we can't do that, unless maybe you're talking Little Italy. Other than that, we need affordable housing. And we collectively have got to figure out how to construct that housing. But it's got to be a policy coming out of the administration. Council cannot set the policy. And so I can't stress that enough, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate these dollars. They're nowhere near enough in light of the challenges that we're confronted with. Right now in the city of Cleveland, rent per month is higher than a mortgage payment. That's a documented fact now. That should trouble everybody in this room. It should concern everybody in this room. We need affordable housing for families. Kids need a yard. They need a place to live. And if we're going to rebuild our neighborhoods, because Councilman Starr, myself, others are wrestling with the issue of not having grocery store, but if you don't have families living in the neighborhood to support retail, you're not going to get retail. It's a cycle, it's a circle. We need investment. We need families who are going to invest in our neighborhoods. And I'm looking to this administration to come up with a policy. And I keep raising the issue of modular homes. I'm open to whatever. But we've got to come up with a policy to build single-family or duplexes in this city that are affordable. Not $300,000 or $400,000. That's we need, and I can't stress it. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, my colleagues, Jenny Spencer, others involved in this process. I hope this is the beginning but I can't stress the point. I'm looking to the Bibb administration to coming up with a policy to build affordable housing in this city. That's what has to happen. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Did you want to make any comments, Director?
Yes, thank you, President. So we have been at this table for the past year as an administration talking about all types of housing at all different phases and stages of life. I look forward to getting to the point where we're having these meetings. I know there's been emails back and forth, and I believe we have a meeting coming up between yourself and our cluster, which includes the Integrated Development Cluster, which includes planning, economic development, building and housing, and community development. So we look forward to those conversations and you know, rigorous planning both alongside and you know, really look forward to digging in deeply to that this summer. I know that there are several of your colleagues that have expressed interest in talking through this. I'm looking at the folks over here. And this is absolutely a top priority. Again, all housing types for all stages of life is what we're looking at. I think as soon as we get past some of this major ARPA push, we'll have some time and energy to put back into looking at housing specifically.
All right. Thank you. Councilwoman Jenny Spencer.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I wanted to start with a high-level comment and then speak just for a moment about why Ward 15, why is Ward 15 part of this? Just following on this important conversation, you know, we've talked so many times at this table about the city's 10-year housing study and sort of the jaw-dropping numbers, right? The jaw-dropping need for better housing stock, for affordable housing stock, tens of thousands of units that either need to be produced, protected, or preserved in the city of Cleveland. And the reason I am wholeheartedly behind this piece is you're not really going to get a better bang for your buck in terms of a $5 million ARPA investment ending up leveraging to a total project cost of $33 million, which will touch 400 units in the city of Cleveland, 100 new construction units, and the rest would be repairs and rehabs. And so that is the exact, that parallels exactly what that 10-year housing study tells us we need to do. And while there will never be enough ARPA dollars to go around, to meet the need. We have a proven partner with the capacity to deliver and the track record, and we just can't let this opportunity pass us by, which is why I'm so excited to be at the table for this piece today. And then I just wanted to speak for a moment about why Ward 15. You know, we all, I think, would benefit, and I know I would, spending way more time in my colleagues' wards, just really walking the streets, seeing what other neighborhoods are like. And there are certainly parts of Ward 15 that need a lot of help too. But what I want to express is that we have with our remaining land bank lots, we have stopped I have stopped approving land bank lot transfers for market rate homes because I do not want Ward 15 to gentrify and push residents out. So I have been ceasing the practice of giving land away for virtually free for market rate development in Ward 15 on infill lots. And for a very long time, I've been seeking partnerships to build affordable infill housing. And Habitat is absolutely the right partner. So this has been didn't happen overnight. This has been part of a very lengthy journey. We've had to turn down a lot of land bank applications in order to meet this moment and make sure there was land available to do infill affordable housing in Ward 15. And then the last thing I'll say is Habitat is pioneering some housing models that are that aging in place type, right? The mobility-friendly housing with first floor accessibility. And that's something we all hear from in our neighborhoods that people need. So really, you know, that's why I'm at the table today to support this piece. And I do hope that any colleagues who may have interest will speak with Mr. Litton and his team about this. But you know, we want to create neighborhoods of opportunity everywhere across the city, and proud to be part of this. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I don't see any other questions. Councilman Bishop?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I just want to levy my support for this program. I think it's a great program. I think the Habitat for Humanity is transforming neighborhoods. I've been out to some of the sites in the Woodland Hills neighborhood, and it's actually transforming streets, and I want to thank the administration for partnering with Habitat. I want to also thank Councilwoman Spencer for her efforts and her work with this project, and I think we're very excited over in Ward 2 to get some new housing starts over in our community. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilwoman Deborah Gray.
Good morning, everybody. Sorry for being tardy, but Chair to the committee, I also want to champion this project. I have worked with Habitat for Humanity for over 15 years in Ward 4. I know what they have done. I know what they can bring to the Buckeye Mount Pleasant area. I have seen what they already done in Ward 6, which is absolutely beautiful. And I champion Spencer, Councilwoman Spencer, as well as Bishop and the other councils as well. So I approve this and hope to see more progress moving forward with Habitat for Humanity in all wards. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Seeing no other comments, ordinance number 658-2023 will be heard this evening for final passage. And if you could you exchange information with Councilman Starr, and if any other council person has interest, welcome that conversation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I may just speak very briefly.
Sure.
One, ARPA is the new deal of our generation, and a gift like this to Habitat is catalytic in terms of being able to really change the tide in a lot of our neighborhoods throughout Cleveland. We look forward to potentially doing more, and to Councilwoman Spencer, especially quite a public servant. You've been in shepherding this along, and I appreciate you as well as Director Hernandez and the administration for partnering and being on this side of the table with us. We appreciate all of it and look forward to working with you.
Absolutely.
And do you need us there this evening?
It'd be nice for you to be there.
I have counsel in Lakewood, but I'll hurry over as soon as we're done.
Okay, gotcha. Well, if you just want to have a representative,
we will.
it'd be good. If Bob, or Bill, Mr. Whitney wants to be there, or your other team, be fine, okay?
Great.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is ordinance number, hold on one second.
Councilman Starr.
Ordinance number 671-2023 by council members Hairston and Griffin, by departmental request and emergency ordinance authorizing the Director of Community Development to provide financial assistance to projects providing housing in the city of Cleveland. This one is Director Hernandez, and I believe Mr. Hairston, you've been pretty much shepherding this, so I know that you have some comments. Director. Please.
Thank you. We're very excited to be at this stage of the project. I've got some colleagues that'll be joining me here shortly for this marathon of a hearing that you all have today. So we are here to talk through the gap financing that is through ARPA. So through this legislation, we are hoping to award projects and have the ability for council to give us an opportunity to be able to contract with projects so that we can get them off the ground. This is important because we know that as time goes on, it gets harder and harder for projects that are at those critical stages to be able to actually fully execute and get over that hump. So we are excited that we have an opportunity for dollars to put forth dollars to help these projects go forward. So we'll talk a little bit about practice, but I would like for Assistant Director Wackers to talk about the sources of funding that we have, because it goes beyond just ARPA here. Our approach was we knew that there was going to be a big push for ARPA. We knew that there was going to be a significant amount of projects that would come through, and we wanted to be able to sort through as many of those projects and support as many of those projects as possible. So we are doing it with ARPA plus some additional dollars. One thing I want to note on the process, we had a very competitive cycle with 91 projects who have asked for, how much?
$165 million in total, and that's for $1.6 billion in total development across the city of Cleveland.
Right. What I also want you all to note here is that for gap financing, one of the most critical parts of it is, we talk about housing all the time, and we talk about how we have to grow the pie, and how leveraging dollars with ARPA is going to be absolutely critical to getting done what we need to in terms of housing. And so what you'll see here are projects that that are coming with a lot of their own funding, projects that are, many of them shovel-ready, ready to go, and we're excited to see that through. So Assistant Director Wackers, if you could go through and just talk the numbers, and then we'll be happy to talk process.
Thank you, Director, and to the committee, good morning. So there are three sources of funding that are contained in this ordinance 671. Obviously, the large bulk of it is the ARPA money that's being used for gap financing, but we do use another number of other sources for gap financing, and therefore we opted to include that. Tony might go into it, but we try to use as many resources and the most restrictive resources we can within a project. The most restrictive resource that we have in this ordinance is the home ARP money, which is really for deep, affordable housing to address really homelessness issues throughout the city of Cleveland. And then we have the next sort of most restrictive is the ARPA money for gap financing for affordable housing. Following that, it would be the use of the ARPA money for market rate housing. And then finally, we have some general fund bond funds, the $1.75 million for single family development, most typically unrestricted market rate throughout the city of Cleveland. In some instances, that might be affordable, but really we consider that to be the least restrictive. But they're all being used in the same approach as gap financing for development throughout the city of Cleveland.
We are excited to hear some questions, more than happy to talk about the process. Our Housing Development Office Manager, Anthony Bengo, is here today. It was his team who ushered this process through. And so again, what we're looking to do here is to have the opportunity to contract and go into our next due diligence phase of deep underwriting for these projects. The process that we set forth was to do a higher level process at the beginning to assess what projects might be able to make it through. Then we have since invited folks to apply for formal. To apply formally through our process. And we have three lists. Essentially, they are projects that we intend to award, projects that are on our wait list, which are great projects, we just don't have enough funds to cover, and projects that just were not competitive enough for this cycle that received denial letters. So again, highly competitive process. But what I want to reiterate here is that we have to go through the deep underwriting that is this next phase. We have to be able to make sure that these projects pencil out and that we're not awarding funds to projects that quite frankly aren't going to make it through the process. So I will hand it over to Tony Bengo to talk a little bit more about the process, and then we'd be happy to open it up to questions. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Director. So as previously mentioned, we received 91 applications in response to this RFP. This is really spanning the gamut of single-family projects, non-congregate shelters, multifamily projects, market rate multifamily projects, and affordable projects. It's really a very large swath of essentially everything that really kind of fills in what's happening in the city of Cleveland as far as housing development goes, save for exclusively commercial developments. Of these 91 projects, there was about 100 cells worth of data that each one needed to fill in. We reviewed each of these applications, and we removed from this list applications that weren't complete. They did not successfully fill out their application. And then a team of 6 people, myself and the rest of the Housing Development Office within CD, reviewed each of these applications and then scored them. From there, we made recommendations based on the information that we had available to us on whether or not which pool of funding that each of these projects could fit into. So for instance, one thing I want to point out here, in attachment 1 of all these projects you see here on the top, that's the affordable housing pool. These are projects that seek to have some or all of their units affordable to families making 60% of the area median income or less. That's roughly about $65 million worth of asks that we're looking at, with a pool of funding available at $20 million. Additionally, 2 of these other categories that I'd like to point out is home ARP funding, that Assistant Director Wackers mentioned, is deeply affordable. This is intended for projects that are either non-congregate shelters serving people who are defined by HUD as homeless, or people who are making 30% of the area median income and are at risk of experiencing homelessness. And one thing I want to make clear is that there was a very large need for affordable housing projects in that first category, but we actually don't, of the $17.7 million in home ARP funding that is available, it's not fully prescribed in this list, and we expect as we go moving forward that there may be opportunity to serve some projects on this first list with home ARP dollars. So our intention here moving forward, talking a little bit about the process after today pending the results of this legislation, is we've issued an invitation to projects that are green on this list that we call an intent to award, which is inviting them to submit their application on our online application platform through Neighborly, and we can begin collecting the information we need to do what is a deep underwrite. What we've received up to this point has been more like the 10,000-foot view, and now we're moving to the ground level review of each project. This is where we're going to be making sure that their construction specs are adequate, their costs are reasonable, their unit mixes look appropriate, the project as they propose will fit within the regulations of the specific source of funding that they're applying for, and we're going to make sure that they can meet our development timeline, something that's really critical. We're going to be making sure that all their funding is in place, and then from there, we hope to make decisions on whether or not we can enter into contract. And one thing I really want to make clear today is that there are quite a few projects that are shovel ready. These are projects that have already secured their financing sources, and they have placed in service deadlines put on by their investors through the state of Ohio and other sources that they need to be able to make. These are projects that save for our investment, may risk losing their funding sources and not happen whatsoever. And there are other projects that are good projects and are likely to get all their financing sources put in place, but we probably won't know whether or not that happens until December. So it's fully possible within this list that we could have about 10 projects that are breaking ground by the end of the summer, early fall, and another 10 to 15 projects that are breaking ground come spring or summer of 2024, which meets our timeline and is something that we want to be critical of. So our intention here moving forward is to begin this deep underwrite process for these projects identified in green, going through now to the end of the summer. From there, we will issue award letters that will set a deadline that you need to close on a contract with the City of Cleveland by the end of December 2023. If projects have not closed on that deadline by the end of December 2023, then we will evaluate whether or not we should extend that contract. And a good example of a situation where that might occur is, let's say there's a project like, we'll say Empire Senior Housing, which is intending to compete in the bond gap financing round that's due on August 10th, later this summer. Award should be announced By I think it's November 17th, they're going to announce awards, and from there, whether or not they received an award will dictate whether or not we decide to extend our award letter with that project in the event that they're able to secure an award letter. Now, once we go through this deep underwriting process and we go through the process where they're closing on a contract, if they're unable to meet that deadline, and we decide not to extend their process for whatever reason, we will move to the next project below it on the list in order of scoring and go down that list until we are out of funding in the respective pool for each project.
Thank you so much. Another thing that I would like to talk about, and I would just like to thank Chairman Hairston and Councilman Harsh for being deeply involved in this process from the very beginning. That was an important part of setting the stage for where we are right now. And so Chairman Hairston and Councilman Harsh were there to help us in the RFP and what that scoring process looked like. And then Councilwoman Jenny Spencer was also there as we talked through how we were going to move on to the next step. I will hand it over to Director Wackers to talk about some of the amendments that we have, or yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Director. I think there are probably 3 friendly amendments that we're open to, and for further explanation, I think I might hand it off actually to the council if the chairman is willing to consider that. Are we ready to discuss amendments?
If you guys are done with your presentation, because I got Hairston up first anyway.
I think we're ready to hear from Chairman Hairston.
Chairman Hairston, are you ready to jump in?
No, Mr. Chair. I think my colleagues, there's some questions and some thoughts they would like to talk about first, and then I can round them out.
So you want to go at the end?
Last.
Okay, so then I have Councilman Harsh, Casey, Santana, Starr, Conwell. And then I have House and Spencer.
Great. Thank you, Mr. President. So I'm excited that we're actually here today because this is a very, very important investment in the future of housing in Cleveland. I think that everybody at this table, and I know that everybody in the city of Cleveland wants us to grow as a city, and we all agree and understand that we have a lack of housing in this city right now. Unfortunately, after the 2008 lending collapse, the market collapse, we tore down almost 10,000 houses in the city of Cleveland. We've never really been able to recover and get those units back online. This has created a severe deficit in affordable housing, but it's also caused a major problem in market rate housing. And I think as an industry professional or a former industry professional, I would say that we don't have enough housing on any price points in this city. We need more of all types of housing, but we specifically, as a city council, want to prioritize affordable housing and market rate housing to make sure that Cleveland is a Cleveland for all. So I commend Chairman Hairston for the work that he's put into this and getting us at so many tables to have these conversations for the last couple of months, and I think we've arrived at a pretty decent spot. I do have 3 amendments I'd like to offer. I don't know if I should offer them right now or wait till some more discussion takes place first. But I think that one thing that's really important to notice is that there were more projects in the city of Cleveland than we could possibly fund. As a matter of fact, I think we probably could have spent all $511 million of ARPA on housing projects and still had some projects that were left unfunded. It's just a sad reality that we have a lot of empty space that could use infill, and there were more projects than anybody could get to. So I acknowledge that, and I recognize the difficulty of operating in that environment when there are more hands than can be fed. But I think that we've come up with a solution that is objective and fair, a solution that focuses on the priorities of council to provide affordable housing as well as market rate housing that brings all voices to the table at the same time. I will propose the amendments briefly, but I think maybe come back for specifics. Though one amendment I wanted to propose would be a hard cap at $5 million on any individual project, so that essentially no project would receive more than $5 million in financing for GAP. Another amendment that would require projects to be reviewed and considered in order of their internal scoring. We spent a lot of time working on a scoring metric that was fair and objective, and that scoring metric was put in place. And the second amendment would be to consider projects in order of score. But the third is that we have an A file attached to this that separates the projects into green and yellow. The third amendment would be that any projects in yellow need to come back to council for further legislative authority. We could probably get into those details a little bit as well, but I will yield to my colleagues who I know also want to discuss this, and perhaps we can come back to those in a few minutes.
All right, I'm going to ask if you could hold those amendments because I want to get through the discussion part and then we'll proffer those amendments. But on that point, I believe Councilwoman House wanted to have on that point regarding your proposal. On that point, Councilwoman House.
Yeah, so I guess I would, there's something to say about just the point about taking projects in order. And this is something I've really been thinking about for a really, really long time. Because again, when you go in order, there's something about those who are maybe 80s. You never get to the 80s because the 90s always take it. And so, and this is really looking through an equity lens. We could talk about it at another time. I would want us to just look at an equitable way. If there's a scoring matrix, if people are in the green, and I know somebody's like, don't say that, but maybe, I don't know if you just do it by draw or something like that, but there's just something to be said about not necessarily just going in chronological order because there are a whole bunch of systematic things that get people in scores and things of that nature, and so just having a cutoff in consideration, but we could talk about it later, and I would love to be open to the conversations as I was not a part of the scoring matrix, but there's something real to that, so that's all I will add to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Harts, did you have any other comments?
Through the president on that question, so the list presented does not show scores. Actually, the list presented is not in scoring order. It's not in numerical order of scores. The green projects all reached a threshold of score. But what you look at in the A file is not a numerical order. So I didn't want the councilwoman to be under the impression that we start at the top of that page and go down. It's a separate issue, but the green projects are the ones that are I think seeking final approval.
Okay. Director, did you have any, or Councilwoman House, did you have one more point?
No, I understand. That's not, the thing was about how stuff was awarded in chronological order about score. I was really just talking about considering just that process because, again, I wasn't here in these intimate conversations. It's just the process. And again, when I've seen scoring for a lot of different things, people who are sometimes, most people who are at the bottom who meet the criteria usually always get left out because of a scoring matrix and something to incorporate an equity lens when we think about this type of evaluation. That's all I was just trying to bring to the table.
Okay.
Thank
Director.
you. Chairman, to the councilwoman, I so appreciate you always reorienting us back to an equity lens. What I will say is that for these ARPA projects, time is really truly of the essence here, and so project readiness was a major part of the scoring criteria. And to be able to get these off the ground. What I will say is that as we continue our other funds through CDBG, through other priorities, even that I kind of alluded to when answering to Councilman Polensik's comment earlier, we have an ability here to really take equity at the forefront. So we tremendously look forward. This team that you have up here is very centered on equity, but I do need to note that given ARPA's timelines, project readiness was absolutely critical. Another thing that I'll just take the opportunity to say is that our processes, how we actually go through and accept projects is critically important. It has been my goal as director to make sure that you don't have to call somebody who's been through it in order to be able to be successful in this process. Because when processes are confusing, it takes away equity. It just does. And so I have been very vocal about that, out at different conferences and whatnot. And as we continue on with our process, this is a major bite of the apple, but this is not our only bite at the apple. And we are certainly looking through an equity lens.
Okay. Councilman Harsh, is that your final comment until you come back for amendments at the end?
Yeah, Chairman, I'm going to hold until we do the amendments.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Councilman Casey, Santana, Starr, Conwell, House, Spencer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, is this going through community development or economic development?
Through the chair, community development.
All right. So, Mr. Chairman, to the director, we know the community development in the past has had a difficult time getting dollars out the door. Are any of these shovel-ready projects, do we have the ability, if they're ready to go, to get the money to them ASAP so that these projects can get going? There's no more red tape or anything like that that any of these projects would have to jump through?
Through the chair, excited to talk through that process. ARPA gives us a little bit more flexibility than our traditional dollars are, and that was a really important part. How quickly can we get through this deep underwriting? And so we've actually given some pretty quick turnaround times for those projects that are in the green that we intend to award. They need to be able to submit all their documents within, I believe we gave them a 30-day window to submit those documents, and then 15 days after we receive that information, we will be able to contract. So our ability to get these projects through, and by council's hopefully passing this legislation, means that we can go ahead and contract and get those that are absolutely ready out the door as soon as possible. And so to Tony Bengo's point earlier, we could see several projects, nearly a dozen, that are breaking ground by the end of the year, and some as early as the end of the summer. So yes.
Okay, so the green projects are the ones that you guys are funding, correct?
We have an intent to award, and so those are the projects that scored the highest, and those are the projects that we are inviting to do that deep underwriting.
Okay. Just for reference, in the first batch here, Variety Theater Properties is not in Ward 17, it's Ward 11. Just so you know that, just so Danny can get that. And then the red flag that comes up is, I think it was 2021 where we gave money for Allen Estates, right? And it's not in my ward, but that's where the red flag came up, and that, in 2021, if we allocated these dollars, I don't know the project, but I'm just making sure that there's not a holdup on it from our end. Right. I mean, and I know it's in Stephanie Houses, but I want to make sure that if we're doing this, that these projects that are going aren't sitting around waiting on the city to get the dollars out.
Yeah, just for a point of clarification.
On that point?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
Councilman Case, would you allow
yes,
Councilwoman House?
Yes.
Thank you.
Councilwoman House.
And bringing up Allen Estates, so there are different types of housing projects that are within Allen Estates,
Okay.
right? So there are some single-family houses, some grouping of houses. The awarding for that council did and approved in December in 2021 was regarding the apartment complex, which is after the single-family homes. The reason why the single-family homes are not done, the ones that people are looking at on 65th, is due to the cost of inflation and, again, significant increases, understanding this is a small minority-owned company. Again, when you thought you needed X amount of dollars, your project cost went up 20 to 30%. That has caused some significant financial gaps, and this is something that will help close the gap and actually get the dirt that it homes that have started to actually get completed. So that's what this is.
Yeah, and I wasn't picking on the Allen Estates. I was just making sure that nothing's being held up on the administrative side and getting the dollars out the door for any of these projects. That's going to end up being a concern if it is.
Mr. Bengo, the director.
Through the chair, no.
All
That is
right.
not a concern.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next, I have Councilwoman Jasmine Santana.
Thank you,
and then
Mr. Chair.
Councilman Richard Starr.
So we all know, and it's been said here, that in order to move a city forward, is, housing is probably the most important thing of our city. I wish that there would have been more dollars allocated to this fund, but considering that we do have limited ARPA dollars now, we are in this competitive stage within wards. And so I'm looking through the list, just for clarity, and I know you've mentioned this, Tony, through the chair, the green are in the awarding stage, correct?
Through the chair to the councilwoman, they are in the intent to award stage, so they've been invited to apply, which would give us the depth of information we need to decide whether or not we can award them or not.
Okay, through the chair and to Mr. Bingo, I'll call you Mr. Bingo. If they all apply, the yellows will not move up and will not be awarded, correct? Okay, so according to this list, for me, I just don't see that's equitable. And I would have loved to see it maybe mapped out throughout the whole city to see where projects are being awarded. Because for 14, if all the green gets awarded, I get no housing projects in Ward 14. In a neighborhood that we have $23,000 median income. And so the only thing that I would get from ARPA dollars in Ward 14 are Centro Villa 25, which is the 1.5. Other than that, I get nothing else.
Through the chair, the intent of the process here is we've invited these projects to apply. We'll do the deep underwrite. There is an expectation based on what we know about the project, because some of these projects don't have enough money in place to close, and they would then be a couple of years out. And if they're not ready to close in the time period ready, we will move down the list. And so I think it is the department's full expectation that we will get into the yellow projects, but we also, I think we're very much trying to score these as objectively as we could, to be able to select out from these 90-some projects.
So through the chair to Chief, thank you for that response. So what's the timeline for us to know when these projects are being awarded?
Through the chair to the councilwoman. So everyone in green has received a letter that gives them a deadline until June 30th to complete their neighborly application. Then my staff will have 15 days to do an underwrite and make a recommendation. In that letter, it makes it pretty clear that if they're able to finish their application before then, we can come to that decision sooner rather than later and then start progressing down the list. Because even some of these projects, time is really like make or break. And other ones, it will become make or break by fall if we haven't made a decision. So it's my expectation that we'll start issuing award letters, hopefully, by the end of June. I know we have about 4 or 5 complete applications that have already been submitting online, and then we can start communicating that information as we issue letters or denials.
Got it. So through the chair to Mr. Bingo, let's just say, I'm thinking that all green will be approved, they're gonna get awarded. The yellows will then not get awarded, or is the administration have a plan to allocate more dollars to get financing in the future?
Through the chair, I think we would be very surprised if we didn't get into the yellow at all based on the awareness of the projects. I think that there is no additional ARPA funding allocated specifically for Housing Gap. That said, the department does have other tools and sources that it uses on a regular basis to help finance housing projects, and I think we would expect to continue to work with a lot of those projects to help them fill the gap. But I can defer to the rest of the department on the likelihood of that or the tools.
Yeah, sure. Through the chairman to the councilwoman. So I'm a little sad Councilman Casey got up and walked away, because one thing I was thinking during his comment is I'm going to offer a little personal story about myself and part of the reason that made me want to come work for the city of Cleveland. But in 2015, I was working on 2 single-family houses, and the amount of time it took for me to figure out the city's processes and start to get financing in place for the projects, both those houses burnt down. They were right outside of Thomas Jefferson, off of Clark. So that really made me want to come here so that I could provide good customer service and timeliness to especially developers who are not experienced. So since we've issued these letters, I've already been reaching out to all these developers especially the ones that I know aren't used to our processes, to try and catch them on the front end and educate them as to what they need to do and essentially hold their hand to the process so that they don't wind up failing because of an easy to make mistake, like a choice limiting action or something like that. So we're doing tons of outreach and trying to support these projects. On top of that, one thing I pride myself in is that I want to try and get as many units of housing for the amount of dollars we have available at any given time. So if there are projects that that don't make it either through the green section because they're not ready or through the waitlist section because there was no funding available to them, I will continue to work with those projects to create commitments where I can possible through other programs, whether it's the Housing Trust Fund or Model Block or whatever it is, to support those projects so that we might see them get shovels in the ground at a later date.
Got it. Thank you. And through the chair, to Mr. Bengal, do you have the list of all the denials, the ones, housings maybe that submitted and we're not going to fund?
Through the chair to the councilman, we do have that list.
Okay, can you share that with me? And then last but not least, considering that today might be the big day that we pass the CBAs, are all these projects going to undergo the requirements for CBA?
Yes.
CBA. Got it? Okay, thank you.
All right. Okay, Councilman Richard Starr, Councilman Conwell, House Spencer Jones.
Thank you, CB. No, I would just ask through the chair to the table. I know I had a couple different submissions regarding this piece as far as possible projects in Ward 5. A lot of them got denied, and they've been emailing me like crazy. Some have been talking about the scorecards of others that was awarded funding versus them who graded out a higher score and then received the potential award letter. Is there something we can discuss through the table about that process so I can be able to respond back to these emails the right way in compliance with what the administration and community development is doing through the chair?
Through the chair to the councilman, we've had a number of responses as well, and we've been trying to be open and transparent about how we've scored and what the process is. You can have them email me directly, and I'm happy to provide an answer with you copied on it so that you can see why we came to the conclusion we came to, and any other information I'm offering them. Usually I do like an autopsy of their score, go through it, talk about future applications, what other options and opportunities might be. For instance, for a lot of projects that receive denial letters, Home ARP may be a solution down the road. So in the event that there's still funding available in that fund, which I'm pretty confident there will be, we might be able to plug that gap.
Thank you, because that is very, very, very important just from different projects. And once they contact you and you give them the breakdown of their score, then how do they know where they fall in line as it regards to possibly being able to be rewarded if something don't go happen with their first batch that was in green?
Through the chair to the councilman, we can share that information with them as well. To be honest, it's really hard to tell whether or not they'll be able to be funded, especially if they're in the waitlist category, just because it's hard to say. We know some projects won't make it through this deep underwrite process, but it's hard to say exactly how many and what our awards will be to the projects ahead of them and what therefore the amount of funding available to them would be.
All right. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you. And just want to make sure that our side and the administration knows that we're starting to get to a point where there's a lot of questions about equity and making sure how things are distributed. At some point in time, I really hope that we have a heat map that we could actually show where investments are being made, because a couple of things I want to make sure everybody knows is that we do also have down payment assistance. We also have home rehab money we set aside. We also have age-friendly, even though we didn't put that legislation in yet. So there's other things that, we have back to basics. We are working on a better distribution model with back to basics. So bottom line is we, been trying to watch to make sure things go in an equitable manner. But what we need to do is have some kind of heat map so that if we do see gaps, as my colleague Councilwoman Santana said, then we know that we want to prioritize programs and commitments to investments in some of those areas that might be a little light.
And
Councilman Starr, you had a follow-up on that?
Yeah, and the follow-up is, well, when you think about affordable housing, I got the most public housing estates in my neighborhood. I don't see affordable nothing. Like, I know I keep harping on this, but it's like, man, we act like Ward 5 ain't even here. And it's been that way since the 80s, the 90s, the early 2000s, and it continues to go. So I'm really, like I said, I'm really frustrated with this ARPA dollars and how we just throw money everywhere else but Ward 5, who definitely need the most investments. And I'm very upset with all the stuff that we've done with ARPA.
Okay. All right, I have Councilman Kevin Conwell, Councilwoman Stephanie House, Councilwoman Spencer, and then Councilman Jones.
You know, Mr. President, she did a very, very good job. Council Lady Santana asked a lot of questions about time. What scares me, I know we have time constraints, and I need to know on these projects, as the council person, because you have to manage policy, where we at when you give them out for the scores, for example, the Empire Senior Housing Project. I mean, because what scares me, when you guys take so long, you cause triple constraints. You do. It costs more money to do a project. I'm just telling you, Director, it costs more money. If you take forever to get it out, that shows inefficiencies. It costs us more money to do the project. When it costs us more money to do the project, then you also affect quality on a project as well, because they still want to do it. And sometimes they come back to us for other dollars as well. So you got to look at those constraints. And you scare me because of and I'm just saying it because of the history of taking too long. Do we have enough resources? Through the chair, do you have enough people to push projects out? That's why even Congress was talking about clawing back money. You can't give them back money. And we're one of the poorest cities in America, and then we turn and we give back money. You have some of these projects here, they're change makers, catalyst changers. And if we take too long, that's embarrassing. Not only embarrassing, you're hurting our bosses, our board of directors. And I really don't like that. To the chair, to the director.
Through the chair, I really do appreciate that question because, you know, having a lot of additional money does cause strain on a department, on our folks. And so, given the work that I used to do, one of the things that was critically important to me was whatever dollars are coming through, we have to make sure that we can get the personnel in place so that we're not stretching our folks too far or that we're dropping the ball on other things. As you all well know, the department does have a history of inefficiency of process, and that has been something that we have been addressing as an administration the entire time. These are things that do take time to get to, but I'm happy that we're in a place where I can tell you for these pieces, as soon as this is passed, this will give us the ability to go ahead and contract. We have already made the commitment to turn around underwriting, that deep underwriting, within 15 days of receiving full information. So the answer is we hear you, heard loud and clear. We have worked on our efficiencies. Tony Bengo has been promoted into the position. We also have consultants that are helping us to identify where we can be most efficient and how we're going to get these things through the absolute quickest and responsible way that we can. So the answer is yes, heard and addressed.
Great. And to the chair, to Tony, when you put out the specs so that we could do these projects, this is me saying it. The way I look at projects, you can do overlapping. Overlapping meaning when you send it out to them, you already, because we have time constraints, start working on the project. So when they hit that timeline, let's say if the timeline is June 17th, you already worked on your paperwork and it could just drop, bam, right there on top of theirs. And then that way we can get the dollars out and it could benefit the developers as well as the residents. To the chair, to Tony, I don't know your last name. I'm excited about projects, but you got to execute. To the chair, to what's his last name? Bango. I like that last name, but we'll send it through. That sound like a musician last name. You like my last name too. Cause you a star,
Mr. Bango.
To the
You a
chair,
star.
to the councilman. Thank you. Yeah, I'm acutely aware of the timing constraints, especially earlier I mentioned the importance of some of these projects have place and service deadlines. I mentioned specifically Empire Housing and the bond gap financing deadline, which is August 10th, and then November 17th award announcements. I try to keep a track of important dates to projects that we are committed to in some type of shape or form in order to make sure that we don't cause any unnecessary harm to the project, because we understand how important these projects are. That being said, it's not a perfect process, and sometimes these projects get hurt, but we do aim to try and limit that. One of the things I'm most excited about this project is, or excuse me, this process is that these are really the first projects that are going to be using our Neighborly system. And one of the great things about the Neighborly system is that it has an internal audit log, which will help us keep track of who's communicating to who and when they followed up on it. So I'm really excited that we'll have an extra layer, well, a new and far more detailed layer of accountability that I can then rely on to make decisions about how projects are progressing and if they're progressing in the timeline that they need to.
Yeah, because you look at it, I always say through projects, you look at the dependencies first, and if they're not hitting their dependencies, you can't hit the milestones. So don't wait until, let's say the milestone is through the chair June 16th. You can monitor the situation by looking at what the worker is doing, how they're executing, because things are dependent on certain events to happen before you hit your milestones. And so I think that if it's similar to like project management, 17 or 18 through the chair to Tony, you could use that to monitor and control. So what are you thinking through the chair?
So through the chair to the councilman, I would say this. I'm looking for any opportunity to really improve our processes. One of the things I've been doing on a pretty regular basis is saying what we are. For instance, I think a lot of people who come from a lending background think of themselves solely as bankers or underwriters.
Yes.
But I really think of us as project managers, like you said.
You're project
and
managers.
that is a skill set
Right.
that people may or may not be used to. I come from a CDC background, and project management is basically what a lot of CDC staff members do on a regular basis, so it comes natural to me, but not natural for others. So internally, we're spending a lot of time, and I'm spending a lot of time mentioning that we're project managers, telling people what that is. And I'm also talking about who our clients are, right? Our clients are these developers that come to us seeking financing, but our clients are also our internal partners, whether it's the council office or the compliance staff
Right.
or our accounting staff. And the better I think as project managers, we're better suited to expedite the process as fast as possible, as long as we're respecting and maintaining those relationships with each type of our clients. I'm not sure if that fully answers your question.
No, it answered the question. I just want to say this, and then I'll yield. The director inherited this. When we did Hitchcock Center for Women, the money was there, but it took so long to get the dollars out the door. They had to come back, reach out to me and the council president. I'm telling you, council president, to request for more dollars. So the inefficiency, we had to come up with another $1 million. That money could have been used elsewhere. It could have been used elsewhere, but no one. It started out before your time, director. No one tracked where we were at, and they brought them time constraints, and it hurt with cost and the time constraints. So another $1 million to do this great project through the chair. We could have used that $1 million elsewhere in another neighborhood, for example, to build houses or whatever, or Central, you right, or a Central community to do something like that. That's lessons learned. That's lessons learned. And I don't like losing money. I used to, when I could. I'm going to say this in closing. I used to visit the director, but she got barriers there now. You can't just get through. And I would go knock on that door if I see money being, not done right. And I used to come see you, director, but you can't get to your office anymore because you got layers before you get to that office. You know what I'm talking about. 'Cause that means a lot to me with the dollars. But I'll catch you in the hallway and talk with you about it because it means a lot. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Councilman Conwell. Next, we have Councilwoman Stephanie House, Councilwoman Spencer, Councilman Jones, Hairston, and then Harsh will end with amendments.
Thank you. Through the chair, to the table, good morning. Just a quick question. Can you just talk about how were the categories that the department was evaluating, were those prescriptive from your funding sources? How did you all come up with the different categories to evaluate?
Mr. Wackers?
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair to the councilwoman. The scoring criteria, as I understand what you're asking us to elaborate on, was actually done in collaboration with Chairman Hairston and Councilman Harsh. It was not solely prescriptive by the uses. I think ARPA actually gave us a fairly an opportunity to sort of reframe, not do the usual approach, our home underwriting requirements, but to look at the city as a whole and figure out some things that are really unique in this particular process. What was clear through our process, we really did a significant emphasis on the community engagement aspect, having buy-in from the council, having buy-in from the CDC, having evidence that the developer was actually reaching out to residents, and there was previous meetings that we could give points towards. We also took a look at making sure this housing has the sort of amenities that are beneficial to future residents, specifically local retail, pharmacies, medical clinics, access to transportation. But one thing we actually left out was access to grocery stores. There's food deserts in the city of Cleveland. We didn't want to penalize certain neighborhoods as a result of that. Retail actually follows rooftops, so if we put the residents, develop housing within food deserts, you actually create a market for a grocery store to come. So we didn't want to do the chicken or egg situation and keep putting housing where neighborhoods who have grocery stores and ignoring those that do not have grocery stores. And then there were other aspects, obviously we wanted to know, do you have secured financing? You got a certain level if you had 25% of your project secured or 50% of your project secured. And then there was really an emphasis on timeline. There are other factors as well, and we're happy to share that scoring. If you were in an opportunity zone, as their tax abatement map shows, the purple areas of the city, sorry, were also a factor in getting scoring. But that was all developed in conjunction with council. And an equity lens, if you were a minority developer or if you were going to do 50% of your subcontractors as minority subcontracts, you got, and you promised to do that, then you got points as well in order as part of your project. I think it was actually a really an interesting approach, and obviously we'll be evaluating it. Especially with the comments from the council, there's further refinement that needs to happen because I think in addition to what we put forward to you today, obviously council wants to see us to go further and be more effective. But I think this was the first opportunity the city has really redefined its point scoring system, and we learned a lot.
Thank you. Through the chair to the table, well, I appreciate that it was good to see non-congregate shelter primary, understanding that Ward 7 really holds the majority of our unhoused areas, and they are in need of significant investment. And so I guess also as we are evaluating, I guess, in future reference, as you talk about the community engagement that is required of developers, I would also a request that is also made for our shelters as well, for the clients that go to there. We have some work to do to getting feedback from those clients who are staying there. It is a lot of systems driven and not necessarily having the input invoices of the clients that are staying in the shelter. So moving forward, I think we do need to make that a requirement because I've been doing some digging, and I think there's just some growth opportunities there. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. We have Councilwoman Spencer, and then Councilman Jones, Hairston, and Harsh.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I wanted to briefly circle back on the very, very beginning of the conversation about this piece, as well as touch upon Councilwoman Santana's comment. When the administration was presenting on this piece, they talked about the fact that there were 91 projects submitted, $165 million in requests for a $30 million pool. And so no matter how you slice it, there are many worthy projects that won't make the cut as we move through this process. And so I just wanted to be on record in saying that I don't envy your job, Mr. Council President. We all know how challenging it is. That said, as we're coming down to these final decisions about ARPA, if there are unallocated funds or funds that are still in flux or can be looked at, I would love to speak with other colleagues who have projects on this list that may not, that are worthy, that have scored well enough, that are strong projects, but there's just not enough left in the pool. I would be willing to put forth a piece to allocate additional ARPA to gap financing, because I think the need is so great. I don't think any of us can promise that today, but I think there would be interest around amongst members. I know there's been conversations about other pieces in that regard as well, about just the vast need with back to basics and other conversations. That said, this is certainly one where if we're finding that there are shovel-ready projects that are strong, that would meet this need, I think that the fact that we were kind of all taken aback by only $30 million available, $165 million in requests means that I'm hoping we can still have room to have that conversation and get more of this funded. Thank you.
Through the chair, if I may, when we were at the table last week on the Southeast Side legislation, I mentioned a number of meetings that we are scheduling now with local financial institutions, and included in the conversation with that has been, hey, we got way more projects than we can fund. Can we sit down with you with this list and see if there are any that you can help support? And those conversations are going to be ongoing with the major lenders in town so that we can try to fill this need through partnership as well.
And that's a good point. I've been reaching out to them as well, how we could leverage that. We have some bites on that as well. Good points. And just to let you know, when you say 161 million, even if we put another 5 or 10 in it, still wouldn't even crack the barrel. So,
President, can I get a point?
On that point to Councilwoman Santana.
A question just on her comment. I just thought about this. For all these projects that are being awarded, I know that there also are like council, ARPA, transformational projects that are on the list. If they're on that list, are we removing them from this ARPA list?
So that is a very good question. There are some people who want to add money to some of these projects in order to meet that gap that exists, and then there are some people who, because those have gotten awarded, like for example, because a couple of projects that I had on the list that I requested got awarded through there, then I'm not requesting them through the other part, which I'm trying to share and make sure that other people eat just as fast as I do as well.
But is everyone else required to do that? For instance, I submitted for Blanket Mills project. That's not on the list, but it is a transformational project.
So those are things, that's why I said about looking at this list. Once we see all of those, then we see what is strategically needs to happen. A couple of council people have waited until this list came out, until they see where they want to strategically invest, with the pot of money that we've set aside to try to focus on transformational projects. So that's kind of the reason why we need to look at where we have gaps at, and then we can go back into those areas where we have gaps at and use maybe catalytic dollars or some of those other dollars like that.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes, Councilwoman Spencer.
Thanks. I just wanted to follow up on that point. I think one clear example, though, we just heard the piece about Habitat for Humanity. It wouldn't be my expectation that they would be considered for gap financing as well. I think they are covered through that separate piece. So just in response to Councilwoman Santana's point, that's just one clear example of they would not be then at the table for the gap financing pool.
Right. And that's the reason why we kind of created this catalytic project, because we know that we wanted to be able to have the flexibility to go when some of the other projects have not gone in, where we can actually try to look at those. And everybody did send a list of what were their priorities, and I will be more than happy to copy that list again, because I did have the staff print it for me, but everybody did give a list of where they wanted to see their strategic priorities happen.
Star has a point.
On that point, Councilman Starr, on that point?
But to that point, if we really doing an assessment and analysis of the entire city, or SWOT analysis of the entire city, wouldn't it pinpoint Ward 5 on this affordable housing? Or is that something that I
No,
share?
that's a different process as far as pinpointing Ward 5. And that's why I really would like to just go over, because I actually looked and pulled where you really had priorities to invest. And I want to re-go over those with you, because
I put
a couple of them, like Arbor Park and the Houghton Park housing, those are areas that they did not apply or get gap financing for these, but these might be places we want to try to look at. So that's what we're trying to figure out, where the gaps are. It's hard to go through everybody's ward and try to give everybody, this is your allocation, because it will always be inequities that way. So what we tried to do is we're trying to see where there are gaps at and trying to make sure that we fill those gaps. Now, let me say this. Other people are getting more investments in back to basics. That's why I said we need those heat maps, because as Councilman Casey alluded to, for example, last week, he's staying in one area where other folks may be getting more investments. So that's why we really need to look at those heat maps to see where there are gaps at and try to backfill those gaps.
And to that point too, Council President, I appreciate that. But when you look at Ward 5, we're not getting the same investments, or if any. What I keep trying to tell people, to paint the picture of the facts, that we build our community up and say, okay, if you live in poor housing or you do not have livable wage, you live in this section of the city. So within that section of the city, if you put people who are living off of survival mode in one area, they'll never make it out. So therefore, what we should be trying to do is adjust that to make sure it's just not one poor neighborhood. When you look around at Ward 5, all these baby boomers and all these other people told us to go get all these college degrees to make middle earnings and can make a decent living. Now when we get that decent living, we cannot even move back into our neighborhoods because of the lack of investment in those neighborhoods that you're from. Prime example, I'm from the projects of King Kennedy in Ward 5. I went and got a couple degrees, got a middle class earning, but if it's time for me to build a house or buy a house in my neighborhood, there's nowhere for me at the market rate for that sustainability for my neighborhood. So it's like almost saying that, hey, you should be poor in order to just live in one certain area in the neighborhood. And the median income in Ward 5 overall is around $12,000, even though we do have parts that median income shows at $16,000. So what I'm saying is, when are we going to roll up our sleeves to right the wrongs of some of that thing, or just figure out how affordable housing or a neighborhood like Ward 5 will look in the near future, given that we did have $500 to $1 million, but I guess that was not part of a need for our city.
Councilman, once again, I think it's a broader philosophical conversation that I think that a lot of directors would be more than willing to get in the room with you to discuss all of that. Because I hear what you're saying. I can't say I agree with all of that, but I will want to work with you to make sure that we understand how Ward 5 is not being overlooked. You have my commitment to sit down and go over all of that, but once again, we're trying to make sure that all the wards get some kind of support. Okay. But I do know that it's hard to get everybody to get the same amount, and that's something that I'd be more than willing to have that discussion with you.
Yep, and just like you said, all the wards, a lot of these wards have gotten all the investment. Since I was born, since the
Councilman,
80s, the 90s,
I
early
had you on the
2000s, they
schedule,
have,
Councilman.
and I'm
I
done,
got you.
Chair.
I got you, and we'll have that conversation. Councilman Joe Jones, and then end up with Hairston and Harsh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When we were initially allocating ARPA funds and different, allocating in different areas, and one of the areas here is the one we're talking about now, is gap financing. And it was created with the proposition, and what was explained then was to be an incentive to help with development in our respective territories. My question is, Mr. Chairman, to the director, how did this process that we have in front of us as relates to these different developers, did they apply for gap financing?
Could you explain that, Director? Mr. Bangle.
Through the chair to the councilman. So the question is, clarifying point, you want to know how it is that they applied for this specific?
How was the process?
The process.
Did they call in, or did the city contact them?
We released, through the chair, we released an RFP, so a request for proposals. We had, so that was a publicly available, kind of an all-call for projects. After we did that all-call, we did a couple technical, kind of pre-technical assistance, where we talked about what was going to be, what was in it and what we were looking for. And we walked through that process with developers. Developers had an opportunity. How long was the RFP open? Do we know?
About 30 days.
Okay, about a 30 days or so. And then that is how we got the project.
Did you, Mr. Chairman, to the director, send RFPs to the various different projects that were already on the books to get done?
Assistant Director Wackers can speak to who we notified, but I do want to know that
Because
it
some
was
of these
publicly.
projects, Mr. Chairman,
If
was
we could
already-
make sure that everything runs through the chair instead of having everybody go back and forth.
Mr. Chairman, the reason why the question was asked was because most of these projects that we see here, we're sitting at the table here, were already on the books. So how is it, did we send specifically to them, Mr. Chairman? And I
So,
presume
Mr. Wackers, can
would
you
know that.
explain exactly how and who the RFPs were sent out?
Yeah, through the chair to the councilman, it was extensively distributed. We actually have a mailing list of around 3,000 developers. It broadly spans development across the country. What we are really using the RFPs for is just also to make Cleveland known that we're open for business and attract proposals. As a result, I think the response to this RFP was actually fairly surprising at 93 applications. The list there does include some that are sort of, as you called it, on the books, but many of those are new names that we have not worked with. And we will continue to widely distribute future RFPs to make sure that we have a deep bench to do residential development throughout the city
So,
of Cleveland.
Mr. Chairman, that question would be a yes then. You send it to these people here that you already have on the books with projects you're already underway with.
In addition to others, am I correct?
Is that correct, Mr. Chairman? You did send them to this list?
Did you
here?
send them to that list and others?
To the chair, yes, that's correct.
Well, that was to this list, and you added on.
Did
to
you
it.
send to this list specifically on the tablet, and who else?
Many of those were sent directly. Many of those heard about it through other outreach or industry groups.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My next question, Mr. Chairman, is can you provide that list that you sent this out to? You said how many people did you send it out to?
There's a mailing list of around 3,000.
Can you make that list available for me?
Through the chair, I can provide it to council staff.
So if you could provide it to Mr. Titron, and Mr. Titron, could you make sure that Councilman Jones and all the council could see that list of who they sent it to?
Mr. Chairman, when we start talking about these funds, and I understand Councilman Starr and how he feels about it. So when we start looking at what projects are going to be chosen and what projects are not, so I presume that when this process went into play, you sent this out. It went to the various different contractors, including the contractors that are already under deals, who are already going to be taken care of, who had already had an understanding of the process. What it did was just tie up unnecessary funds. And some of these people, probably, Mr. Chairman, if these funds wouldn't have made available, they would have already had the funding to do these projects. And what I'm going with is this, is that often I'll say, well, this project or this funding account or this block of money won't help my neighborhood. And this is a perfect example of that. To have a gap financing, I can't have, nor do I have the incentive, Mr. Chairman, to the directors and to the administration to talk about bringing new development into my neighborhood when there's no really funding source available. Before, when this gap financing was propositioned across the table, Mr. Chairman, it was to be a tool to attract new developers into the city of Cleveland to talk about building housing throughout the city of Cleveland. And then I would say to Mr. Chairman, to the director, when we have these kinds of funds, we should be looking at all neighborhoods and all communities as it relates to how we allocate funds, and not to just give these funds out to institutions and operations that are already going to develop in this city. So I don't know how, and I hadn't had any conversation, Mr. Chairman, with with the chairman of development about how all these projects went. There was no communications. We only get this information when it's set here in front of us. So as a elected official, having an opportunity to participate in the process, I would hope, Mr. Chairman, to the administration that you open it up a little bit, to have 30 days out, and there was no note. And when you're giving that notification out, do you give council those notifications too? Do you send that to the council? Is council aware of RFPs when they're sent out? And if they're not, then why not?
Through the chair, it was required under the ARPA legislation that was passed that the chairman was to be notified when RFPs were
See what I mean?
released.
See? So if there's no communications from the chairman to the body, then the body is not prepared to be able to respond respectfully, Mr. Chairman, to fight for their respective territories to get a piece of the share of these resources. So, Mr. Chairman, can we make a new rule that when RFPs are sent out by the administration, that council members get those RFPs?
We can, that is always public record, and we can have access to all of those RFPs. And I do want to clarify something.
But I just want to make sure I'm specific what I'm
We'll make
asking
sure
for.
that if you
That
get
when
any
the
RFPs
administration, Mr. Chairman,
Real quick,
sends out an
Councilman,
RFP,
Hairston.
that the RFP goes to all the council
Councilman
members.
Hairston, did you have a hearing regarding this gap financing? Am I missing something, or did you have a hearing on this at all?
We did, Mr. Chair.
Okay, all right.
So the
I just wanted to make sure that there was a hearing on that.
request, Mr. Chairman, is real, straightforward.
Yes, we can make sure that you get any RFP and any council, any member of council.
Thank you, Mr.
can
Chairman.
Make sure that we get RFPs.
Thank you. The next issue, Mr. Chairman, and I've said this sitting here at this table, is that when we look at our housing stock in the city of Cleveland, we have invested an enormity of resources and city finances to develop housing in the neighborhood that's all rental only. We have on the books right now 3,673 homes in the green. Mr. Chairman, the question is to the administration, how many of these properties are rental properties and how many of these properties are going to be homeowners?
Could you break down the categories, Director?
To the chair, to the councilman, the bulk majority of them are rental properties. The only category that has for sale housing is the single-family primary recommendations located at the bottom of the page.
So, Mr. Chairman, what is the percentage of the 3,673 homes, or if you have the actual total number, that would even be better?
Yeah, through the chair to the councilman. I don't know that off the top of my head, but I can run them.
Could we make sure we get a follow-up of that, Councilman, for Councilman Jones' question, Mr. Titrin, to make sure that we get a breakdown of the percentage of the homes, of the 363 homes?
3,673 homes that are in the gray.
And can we get a
Mr. Chairman,
breakdown
there's
of those?
1,198 homes in the yellow. So the question, Mr. Chairman, to the distinguished gentleman, do you have a percentage then?
I don't think they have that right now.
Can he answer
we
it?
make sure
Can
that
he
we
answer
get-
himself?
Joe, can you give him, can we get
I
that
don't want you to
follow-up?
answer for him.
I'm answering it for him.
Okay.
All right?
Well,
we're going to give him the percentage.
Well, Mr. Chairman, on parliamentary
We're going to give him the
procedure,
percentage.
I went through the
and right now, he
chairmanship.
said
I
he
asked
did not
it.
have it.
He said he didn't have
And
the number.
because he does not have it, we've asked for Joe Titrin to make sure that he provides it.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'm asking him a question. Now, I didn't know you worked for the administration too. So,
Councilman, I'm running this meeting.
The question.
And I'm running the meeting with decorum, and we're going to run the
We
meeting
have Robert
right now.
Rules of Order,
He answered
Mr.
your
Chairman.
question. He does not have it.
Okay,
We told him to give you the information.
Mr. Chairman.
That is what's going to happen. I'm not going to have a meeting that's going to devolve into everybody just going back and forth. So I'm asking you to make sure that he gets this information to you.
So, Mr. Chairman, what good can I do sitting here at this table if we have the rules of council that states parliamentary procedure, and I went through the chair following that procedure to ask the distinguished gentleman, and then I asked him, not no one else, I asked him to ask the question. Either he can answer or he doesn't. He's getting paid good money to be able to sit here at this table and
Mr. Bangle, do you have
answer
an
those
answer
questions.
to Councilman Jones' question?
Through the chair to the councilman, I don't have that information in front of me now, but we can get back to you.
And so, Mr. Chairman, for the projects that are in yellow, there's 1,198 homes. Do we know that, we're coming to the table to talk about these projects and the administration doesn't know its own information? That, Mr. Chairman, is troubling to me that we can sit here at this table and the administration can't answer the questions that this council is asking them. And we're talking about $30 million of the taxpayers' money that came from Biden. So Mr. Chairman, let me just say this. If we're here to be truly fair about representation of the citizens of the city of Cleveland, if we follow the rules sitting here at the table, we should be able to have an administration that is going to answer those questions. And I hope, Mr. Chairman, when can the distinguished gentleman make that information available to
Mr.
me?
Bangle, when can you make sure that you guys have that information for us?
Through the chair to the councilman, probably about 30 minutes after we're done here.
I appreciate it. And Mr. Chairman, and thank you, distinguished gentlemen, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me just ask this question, Mr. Chairman, because I think that it is significant here as we move forward, and that this is for not only my colleagues sitting here at the table, but also for the administration as well. I'm really concerned about all of the rental properties, the investors are coming into our city, buying and purchasing these properties and renting these properties out. And right now, a mortgage is cheaper than rental properties now in the city of Cleveland. In my neighborhood, for an example, they used to be, Mr. Chairman, $500 or $600 a pop on a house. Now you can't get into a rental house in Ward 1 unless you're starting at $1,000, $1,200. So that is significant. I'm concerned about it, Mr. Chairman. It is something that we need to be concerned about as leaders in this city because of the simple fact that if you have more rental properties than you do homeowners, you're going to have a transient community. And I'm really concerned about the health and well-being of our communities, Mr. Chairman. And this was, Mr. Chairman, so that you can know, this was not to offend you or make you angry. It was just to pull the information out so that we can fully look at it and vet it and hopefully be able to come up with something as we move forward that will be in the best health and well-being for the citizens of the city of Cleveland. And Mr. Chairman, I rest.
Thank you, Councilman. And once again, I just want to make sure if you guys could get that information for Councilman, okay? Thank you, appreciate it. Councilman Hairston, or did you want Harsh to put forth his amendments first, or did you want to do your comments first, Councilman?
No, that's fine. I can
Okay.
I can go because I think the administration has some additional amendments as well, right? They'd like to talk about.
Say that the administration might have additional.
They may. I think they have some
amendments.
additional thoughts, but you know they can jump back in.
So I'm gonna let Councilman Hairston make his comments and then proffer any amendments that either side, both
Sure.
sides have.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you all for the conversation this morning. Listen, first and foremost, I'm glad that we have finally, we've gotten to this point where we see some action and some movement on these projects. I know there's a lot of people waiting to figure out what's going to happen, whether they have support, whether they can move forward. So I'm glad that we are finally here today. But first, just a few points I want to make sure that I clarify. Council did not develop the scoring for these projects. Council was a part of refining the scores that had already been set and had been used by the Department of Community Development. So we came in to help make the scores better, as I believe that we did, as narrated by the community development team here. At one point, points were being allocated for if you provided a non-smoking environment. Just didn't make sense, right? Because most projects are, you can't smoke indoors in the city of Cleveland anyway, right? So there was other areas that the already put together criteria that we just did not agree with, that we helped rework with the Department of Community Development. Secondly, council did not have any involvement in issuing the RFP that went out. That was solely done by the administration, as we have heard here this morning. The scores were not, council was not a part of scoring each project. That was also done by the administration as well. So in a nutshell, council did not help develop the scores. We refined the scores. We did not help score the projects. That was done by community development staff. And we had no involvement in the issuance of the RFP that went out. So I want to make sure that is clear to all those who are here, all of those who are watching. So we had our part of this process came in to review the types of points that were going to be given to each project, to ensure that we were maximizing our greatest potential when we received the submissions back for gap financing, some of which the director and Mr. Bengal has narrated here this morning. We have, I'm sure many, like other council members have received, I've received many emails and communications regarding folks and their scores that they received. As I have indicated to many, I would ask for a review of your project, as Mr. Bengal indicated, that if someone reaches out, that he will perform an autopsy on their project and determine where they maybe have fell short on their project score. But there's one question that I will ask, and which has been asked to me: if a person or a group have submitted a review of their project because they don't believe that their project scored at the level as which they have been notified, what is the remedy? If you go through the project and determine that the department messed up and the score that was given to them is in fact not the right score that should have been given to them, and the information was clearly articulated in their proposal, what happens? Through the chair.
Through the chair to the councilman, so when there are errors, certainly the staff and the department is willing to reevaluate and make the corrections that are appropriate. We do not look to penalize or stand firm. We are working with projects, and when we have a better understanding of the information presented, then we are more than willing to make the appropriate steps at the time.
Thank you. Through the chair, to the team. So what does that do with the list that we have in front of us today? If that is the case, when the project comes back and they really should have received a different score than what they were told that they achieved during that process, what happens? If we have a project list in front of us today, and in fact that they should have maybe been a part of the green or the yellow to be considered, what would the department do in that case? Through the chair.
I think So this department is willing to reevaluate scores and do an autopsy, as Tony Bango had mentioned. I think I do want to just be very clear in that we are trying to pass an ordinance, and the requirements in the ordinance either need to restrict or give the department the capacity to do what you're saying. If we have the capacity to make adjustments based on errors, then we will do that. But if the ordinance reads that we are, such as the amendment that's being proposed, that what's in the green can go forward to contracting, what's in the yellow cannot, needs to come back to the council, then that might have an implication on how we can remedy a score that might not be correct. I only say that in that we are considering amendments, and we want to make sure that if you want to give us that capacity, we're more than willing to work with you.
Sure. Thank you, through the chair, to the assistant director. Appreciate that. Another question I have, through the chair, to the team here. I know that you all mentioned that there was a department effort to help score these projects that came in. And I know one of the requests that council made was a listing of all of those who were part of the scoring of each of the submissions that were returned for gap financing. I believe we received some of that information. I'm not sure if we received all of it. But besides Mr. Bango, the individuals who participated in the scoring, is that something typically that they do? Or was this something new for the individuals who participated in the scoring of these projects?
Through the chair to the councilman. So it was new for one person on that group, but everyone else, it's something we participated before. Yeah.
Thank you. And through the chair, when you say at some point participated, is this something that they often participate in? Was this maybe a second project they participated? Were they given a project on their own to go through and review what was submitted?
So through the chair to the councilman. So this is something that we do annually, typically through our housing trust fund. Scoring has changed. Our scoring process has changed and I think become a lot more objective in the past 2 years in particular. And this is something that we met as a team. We went over a project together and did a brief training before we went into the scoring of the project.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Bango, through the chair. My colleague, Councilman Harsh, gave an overview of some potential amendments that he would like for us to consider today. Most of them of which I agree, and I believe there's a few that there's a mutual agreement upon already regarding caps on project, regarding where the line for green will stop that we have previously discussed. And so, through the chair, I would be in support of the potential amendments that Councilman Harsh is looking to make regarding the projects here. And lastly, Mr. Chair, I think, listen, everyone's not going to be happy, right? This is a small amount of money for a large amount of ask. And, unfortunately, there's going to be winners and losers, right? No matter how you look at it. And, what I do hope that, as Councilwoman Spencer has indicated, that this shines a light on the need that we have across our city, in particular in the neighborhoods where we've seen no investment or disinvestment, where the gaps are going to be much higher in certain neighborhoods than others. So that means the need is going to be greater. A gap in the northern part of Glenville is not going to be the same as a project in Tremont. Right? The gap is going to be much, much, much larger because the market just does not exist. A project in Central, the gap in a project in Central is going to be much different than a project in Mill Creek, right? Because the conditions are different. So I really hope as we continue to go through this process that we don't view these projects all the same. That typically a project of this size receives this amount of money, Well, typically, the conditions are not the same across the city. So as we continue to review these projects, we go through this process of scoring, not only this time, but future rounds of funding, whether it's GAP, whether it's home, whatever it is, that we really take into consideration the conditions that exist in each individual neighborhood and not put a pin in, well, this project typically gets this because of this unit size. Well, this project, we typically award this because it's similar to this over here. Well, market conditions matter. It matters. Because my need is different than Councilwoman House need. My need is different than Councilwoman Spencer, Councilman McCormick. Councilman Conwell's need is different than Councilman Bishop or Councilman Griffin. The need is different all across the city. So I hope that, again, as we continue to go through this process, that we really take these neighborhoods into consideration when determining the level of funding that is being requested based on what the department may believe is the need, or what typically is given to other projects of that size across other parts of the city of Cleveland. So, Mr. Chairman, in closing, I don't have any unreadiness with what is being presented today. I think myself and a few other members from the DPNS committee really has put a lot of time into this, working with the administration. I think what we have is a good piece. Again, I know everyone's not going to be happy. And furthermore, the department can't consider anything in a neighborhood if nothing is submitted. How do they consider anything in a neighborhood if nothing was submitted? So that means that folks need to step their game up and get something in the pipeline to be submitted, to be reviewed for other pots of funding or potential resources that may exist after these. So again, Mr. Chair, I'm okay with this list that has been presented to us today. And I'm going to turn over to my council colleague, Councilman Harsh. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman. Hold on, I could put you on the back end at the end of the, Mr. Chairman. Councilman Harsh, you want to present?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and again, I commend Chairman Hairston on the process. This could have been done in a lot of different ways, but the objective, I think, standards used really push the investment to the widest swath available in the city of Cleveland, and I think that we've arrived at something that serves a lot of Clevelanders' needs. I do want to make 3 amendments, Mr. Chair. The first amendment would be in section 1, line 2, following the word projects, insert not to exceed $5 million.
But it's different phases of it. Like your phase is not funded yet.
The second amendment would be, this is a motion to amend the ordinance 671-2023. We could amend the ordinance and the executive summary as well. The second amendment would be review and approval will be on a per score basis. And the third amendment would be any project in the yellow column will need to come back to council for further legislative approval. And this is my first time offering amendments to the table, so if my language is wrong, I'm happy to restate things in the appropriate way.
So just real quick, the attorney, are you aware, did you talk to your predecessor?
Yes.
Because it's my understanding that the first 2 can just be amended in what part again?
Section 1.
Section 1? Okay, so you have all the other amendments that he set forth?
Yep, I got all the amendments right here.
Okay, all right, okay. So there's a motion on the floor for the amendments that Councilman Harsh has set forth. Do we have a second?
Second.
Councilwoman Spencer has seconded Councilman Harsh's amendments. Is there any discussion? Councilman McCormick, is discussion on the amendment set forth by Councilman Harsh?
Thank you. For the third amendment, Mr. Chairman, I guess to whoever can answer this, do the current green projects need additional legislative authority, or are we authorizing through this legislation to go into contract with the green? Through the chair.
Through Chair, we are asking for authorization to go through the green projects first, and then the yellow projects would come if green projects don't make it through. So we are starting at that second amendment, starting at the top of the list, and then if we need to dip into the yellow, then this would give us the ability to contract with the yellow. But the third amendment would have us come back to the table.
Mr. Chair, on that point.
Did you finish?
Yes.
So the answer is.
Okay, on that point,
Yes, Mr. Chair, the goal is to authorize the projects in green.
To
If
authorize
projects
the
in yellow want to
projects
be
in
considered, they
green.
come back for further authorization.
and then the ones in yellow, if the ones in yellow move into the green category, then they would come back for approval.
Chair and the director, there's a cutoff of June 30th, is that correct, on the submissions of specifically just the green? Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes.
Okay, so would an amendment requiring come back to council significantly impact the timeline of additional projects being funded?
Through the chair, we would have to come back and go through obviously during break. So it would reduce our ability to come back in a timely manner. But we're willing to certainly do that, but it means that we're not going to be able to move down the list as quickly. It would add in process.
Okay, and then through the chair, is the green and yellow file an official file in the legislation, not as a handout?
It's in the,
Yes.
it's referenced in the ordinance.
File for legislation. Okay. Okay, I mean, I understand the intent of that. I just don't want to, if we're agreeing on these projects, I don't want us to be the ones that are slowing things down here, but I understand that it's the green, the yellow.
Through the chair, our process and why we brought it this way was to give us some flexibility so that we can get into contract as quickly as possible.
Right, so I just want to recognize that if the administration doesn't go into contract as quickly as we want on these projects, that is on us now, because we're requiring.
Mr. Chair.
On that point, Councilman Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't see a problem at all. The green projects have until June 30th to submit their information. So we know at least the green will go until June 30th. Council does have a meeting in July. In the summer as well, the middle of July. And it does not mean that the department cannot begin to have conversations or prepping the yellow for the work.
There's too much chatter at the table. Can we hear one council member at a time? Go ahead, Councilman Harrison.
This just means that the official passage of it will happen in July. This does not ban the administration from moving forward with the yellow. If in fact that there's someone on the green who falls off, this does not prohibit them, this does not hold them up. And again, we have a meeting in July that we can pass the next list of green projects.
I understand that, I'm good with that. I'm just saying that if these projects come in August, we need to understand the fact that we required additional legislative authority. Because I mean, we've talked a lot about it at this table about timeline and how long things are taking. So I will vote yes on the amendment. I'm just saying that to be self-aware that we're adding time.
Sure, no, I hear you loud and clear, Councilman. Through the chair, again, from June 30th to July, 15th, we got about 3 weeks in between there. And again, this does not prevent the administration from having those discussions with the next group of individuals who may be in the yellow to get them teed up to submit their information. So that way, when we come back in for a July meeting, we can go straight into passage for those particular projects. Again, the green has until June 30th to get their information in. And this ordinance today allows for the administration to move forward with the green projects. And again, there may be some projects that fall off the list even before June 30th because they themselves may recognize they just cannot or does not have the ability to move forward. And again, the administration can move directly into the yellow projects that are referenced here, or if there are any changes, as we've heard of regarding scoring, that may come out of the department as a result of those reviews.
I appreciate that. I would just encourage us, if we go into the yellow projects and the administration engages us on those projects prior to July 14th or 15th, that we engage back so that we're not sitting here in mid-July and there's tons of questions about projects. That's my only point, is that we all work together and go together on timeline here.
Absolutely, Councilman McCormick. I agree with you. I believe that this council, this committee has been, very responsive and very engaging with the administration. So I don't believe that that would change at all over this next month or so. Thank you.
Okay, any more discussion on the amendment that was set forth? Okay, seeing no other, Councilman Joe Jones.
Chairman, Mr. Chairman, just so that I get exactly what's being asked here is that we're actually going to go with the green projects that are already moving forward in this, and we're going to come back and do what on the 31st?
So the amendment is the green projects have until June 30th to submit their information for underwriting. Those that don't make it through the deep underwriting process that CD has, then they will get kicked out, and the ones in the yellow category will begin to move into the green category. What is being discussed is that we need to be expeditious in moving forward on those projects once they move into the green category, and actually make sure that we bring them in front of us to pass by July the 15th. Because Councilman Harsh's amendment is to bring forth any of those yellow projects that are being considered but have not made it to the underwriting process yet, come back to us for approval.
And Mr. Chairman, is all of the yellow projects ready to go, or some of them still in the...
Well, that's the reason why all of the projects have to go through a deep underwriting process, because even some of the ones in green may not be ready to go if they go through the underwriting process, and some of the other ones may be available to be ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for clarification.
All right? Okay, thank you. Seeing no other discussion, all in favor of the amendment set forth by Councilman Hart, say aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Ordinance number 671-2023 as amended stands approved. Please sign on to all of the committees that you are a part of. I'm going to do one more with guests, and then I do want to move to break for lunch. I tried to get some of the bigger, more tedious pieces out first this morning, and then this afternoon we'll jump into some of the smaller categories. This one is with Workforce Ordinance number 672-2023 by Councilmembers Santana and Griffin, by departmental request and emergency ordinance authorizing the Director of Finance to enter into one or more contracts with various entities and individuals to implement a citywide program for design to grow local workforce pipelines in key industries, specifically with respect to training historically underrepresented and marginalized workers, accepting gifts or grants for this purpose, and repeal ordinance number 86-2023, passed January 30th, 2023, relating to agreements with Ohio Means Job, Cuyahoga County. And just in essence, Director and Chief, it's my understanding that you're basically, instead of going straight through Ohio Means Jobs, you're now going to look at directly contracting with some of those organizations that originally came for that worker pipeline that we put in place, right?
Yes, to the chair and to council, the reason for this ordinance is exactly that. After the initial ordinance was passed, additional research indicated that because of OMJ's status and the city's status, we could not run the contract through Ohio Means Jobs, but instead we had to enter into the contracts directly with each organization that will be providing the services. So the ordinance in front of council is substantively the same as the ordinance that council approved earlier this year. It only changes the contracting entity from Ohio Means Job to the several organizations that would be providing services in partnership and collaboration with Ohio Means Jobs.
Okay, Ms. Rose, did you have anything you wanted to add?
Not really. I just wanted to thank the council again for this important investment. I also wanted to introduce you to my deputy at OMJ, Laura Chalker. While she is a county employee because of our joint nature, she's been critical in getting OMJ reinvigorated here locally and has helped iron out with finance a lot of these contractual questions.
Okay. Now, I know that we had a lot of provisions for these folks to come back and give updates to our Workforce Education and Training Committee. Madam Chair, are all of those, I know you've talked to Ms. Rose, are all of those still
Yeah.
going to remain in
So
place?
thank you, President. So I did meet with Director Rose, and we are about this legislation, but I have scheduled with Brooke to get an update on the $10 million. So I'm just happy that this is moving forward, and I would just ask Director Rose if you could get a list of the organizations that I know is within the legislation, but how much money has been allocated to all those organizations. That would be helpful.
And through the chair, we anticipated that question. I believe it should be in the legislative summary. That
Yeah,
was,
it's in the summary.
Shared with.
It'll give you a breakdown of each one and the legislative summary.
Got it.
And Council President, to your question, the periodic reporting that was in the original ordinance will remain and will be included in each contract for each organization to provide that reporting to the city.
Great. Is there any more questions regarding 672-2023? Seeing none, 672- Councilman Richard Starr. Oh, that's
Said he
Conwell?
asked me, yeah, because he does have some questions as well.
Go ahead,
So
Councilman.
this is gonna, through the chair, let me get a point of clarity. Will it cost us any more dollars? That's what I want to know. No more dollars?
Through the chair, no. It's the same $10 million that council appropriated for this purpose earlier in the year.
Okay, cool.
Mr.
That's what I wanted to know.
Hold on one second. I'll put you on the list, Councilman.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Councilman Conwell.
Same $10 million. Do we have to bring in, through the chair, more staff? Will it cost us any more labor?
Part of the 10 million, through the chair, part of the 10 million was for project management. Although we have not hired that person yet, we've been doing it ourselves.
You know what I would like to see through the chair with people? We used to have, I think it was in the 90s, we used to have a jobs mobile. And someone used to ride the vehicle. Matter of fact, it was James Box. And he would even be out there late at night recruiting people and telling them it's like a riding job board. So where you at with that?
Through the chair, that's not something provided for in this legislation, but as our normal course of operations is something our peer cities do sometimes provide. We haven't been doing that so far under my leadership, but we do reach into the community in other ways, primarily through having our staff rotate through community centers, city halls throughout the county, and then libraries are also a critical partner for us. So that's been our way recently to have more mobile services. We do not have Mobile, but it is something we could look into.
Okay, I have some other ideas, but I'll talk with you about it, like doing some outreach in churches or schools, daycare centers where the mothers or fathers looking for employment for their families, to keep their families together. There's a lot of outreach you can do.
Through the chair, we'd love to have that conversation. We're always looking to reach more people. And I know that I think you're working on planning a job fair with some of our team this summer, as is an opportunity for all of council to do. So that's another great way for you to help us reach people.
Yeah, you know what, to the chair, what we could do with the WIC, Women, Infant, and Children, with the fatherhood part of it, if we had a relationship with the fatherhood initiative, where you can stabilize dads and fathers will get jobs and that way they could take care of their children. If we had some kind of partnership in there with that, and I know it would keep families together when you put people to work, because work is therapeutic. You know, and you gotta believe in that power of work. So I think that can blend in, especially with the fatherhood piece and jobs. It's like peanut butter and jelly. And that's where I'm at. Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah,
Thank you. Ms. Rose and Chief Abinama, just real quick, don't we have in their quarterly update clause? Didn't we have that in there?
Yes.
Okay, so yes, that's in there already. Okay, we have next up is I believe that's Councilman Starr?
Yes. No, my question, Chair, Council President, to Ms. Rose will be, I believe during this discussion when we passed this legislation, we agreed to have like a committee assembled with council to be able to watch this program because I know some of the concerns I had was some of the people that were at the table have been around for all these years involving the lack of investment as far as connecting the opportunity to be able to have these MBE, FBE, as well as those different access to these trade initiatives. And we was going to make sure council have a part in that to make sure we connecting those individuals to these apprentice programs as well as this opportunity. Have we started that or formed that out or selected what council members will be a part of that committee through the chair to the table?
Ms. Rose, and I do know that I asked for Mr. Starr to be on that, but can you give him an update?
Through the chair to the councilman, thank you for raising this. Your name is on the whiteboard in my office as the council's representative to this advisory committee. We have not stood it up yet. We are waiting for the contracts to be executed and the work to begin. At that time, we'll hold our first convening of the advisory committee, which can count as the quarterly update, or we can also come back before the committee for a separate but similar quarterly update. Either way, I do hope you'll still participate in the advisory committee as the council president identified back in January.
Yes, and I do have interest in participating. Just want to make sure we get that on board because some of the things that I've dealt with over the last couple of weeks were a couple of different residents looking to do some rehab work on the exterior of their house, whether it's driveways, whether it's windows or siding, roofing, and what they find out is there's not enough people employed with the skill set to be able to do that job, or those who do have the skill set are overbooked with the work that they have. And like I said, I'll be hurt if in 20 years from now, if I'm fortunate enough to be at this table like some people have for years, and we look up and it still become an issue for us going forward. So I just want to make sure we're working together, council and the administration, to make sure we address this problem with a solution as well as support from both sides of the table. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that is...
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, Councilman Joe Jones.
Mr. Chairman, to Ms. Rose, you know, when we initially started to having the conversation about the various different organizations that would participate, we didn't have any real fundamental detail of those organizations at that time that we passed off on $10 million in terms of what they would actually fundamentally do, how those funds would be broken up, and how they would fundamentally serve the citizens of the city of Cleveland. And if you recall, Mr. Chairman, to Ms. Rose, I had asked all of the service providers who had got assembled to the table, some of them, which majority of them actually, have been involved in an ongoing work in the city of Cleveland for quite some time, some of them since before I was born. And Mr. Chairman, when we look at the city of Cleveland, we have lost a lot of ground as it relates to population and citizens leaving the city of Cleveland. Our educational system is not good, and people and families are moving out because they need and they hunt for and they thirst for the drive to send their children to capable schools. And so when I sit here at this table and I ask the question, Mr. Chairman, to all of those participants who were at that hearing, and I asked them only one question: what is it that you're going to do any different than what you have been doing already? And not one, Mr. Chairman, not one participant who we saw here sitting at this table said one word. And for me, Mr. Chairman, when it comes to how we create change in our city, $10 million is a lot of money. And it can go a long way in transforming a neighborhood or a community or a situation. And And I say that, and I ask that question, Mr. Chairman, because there was a time me and my family fell on hard times. And some of those institutions, Mr. Chairman, Mrs. Rose, I don't think you were aware of that. We've tried to work through some of their programming. And Mr. Chairman, I got to say to you right now, I was absolutely, there was no help for me. And so when you see me sitting here at this table and I'm asking certain questions, it's for a reason. And even though I've asked those questions, still to this day, Mr. Chairman, not one of them who are recipients of this $10 million have tried to reach out to me to tell me anything about their programs. Now, it's my understanding, Mr. Chairman, that there's an advisory committee. Will I have an opportunity, Mr. Chairman? Is there room for another councilman to sit on that committee?
Through the chair to the councilman, that's fine with me if it's fine with the council.
Is it fine with the council, Mr. Chairman?
I'm fine with whoever wants to work on making this a better project.
I would love to have the opportunity to sit on the committee. Now, as I move forward, Mr. Chairman, as I look here at what's the estimated cost of the various different anticipated scope of services? Because, see, that's the issue right there, anticipated scope of services. So, Mr. Chairman, let me ask Ms. Rose, is this something that they desire to meet, or is something they're actually going to do in terms of services?
Ms. Rose?
Through the chair, the technical amendment we are seeking today further clarifies the anticipated scope so that we can then enter into contracts and the work can begin. Part of the reason I haven't been here since January is we have to spend this money, get it to these partners so the work can start. For all of them, though, it is capacity building and scaling work they're already doing now. That's how they got into the mix, is they have experience doing this kind of work. So the answer to your question is yes, this is what we will enter into the contract with them to do.
I see. And so right now, some of this that I'm reading here in terms of the scope of services, and it's just for the administration side of it, in the sense of evaluation, how do you hold accountable some of these goals? Because some of these are and what are the timelines of fulfilling that? Because it doesn't say that here. What is the accountability system you have in place?
Do we have a timeline?
Through the chair, yes, this money is to be spent by, like all ARPA money, to be committed by the end of 2026. So we're at about 3.5 years to meet the goals we committed to in the original ordinance.
And so, Mr. Chairman, to Ms. Rose, once we approve this here today, and will the funds be submitted to these institutions right away, or will they? How does that process work?
Through the chair, so once this ordinance passes, that would give us the authority to enter into contracts with each organization, and we would begin or continue the process of finalizing those agreements, execute those agreements, and then services can be provided, and we can begin making payments to the organizations for the services that they provide.
And who, Mr. Chairman, what committee or what organization actually goes through this in terms of accountability on the scope of services?
Through the chair to the councilman, one thing that has not changed is my accountability to this council and to the administration about the expenditure of the $10 million. It's the purpose of the advisory committee to make sure we're on track, to make sure that each of these 14 contracts are, that the partners are fulfilling their obligations through the contracts. It's why I brought my deputy here with me today, is that is fundamental to her job throughout all of our services and also for this $10 million.
I see. And Mr. Chairman, so these goals and services that they're going to more or less be putting in the neighborhood, and I've read some of it, it's quite daunting. So I've not seen this level put before us, and it would have been great to have received it earlier, because I could have asked those participants at the table, more in-depth questions. But we had so many people here. So having an opportunity to sit on the advisory committee would give me an opportunity to kind of like grasp how they're going to have an impact and what they're going to do. And so the next question, Mr. Chairman, is there going to be staff that's going to be fully dedicated to accountability on this? And if so, then how many people are going to be a part of that?
To the chair, through the chair, to the councilman, thank you for the question. Yes, we would like to hire a program manager who fulfills OMJ's important role in coordinating amongst these execution partners that builds additional capacity for Laura and I. But like I said, we have been primarily leading this work, getting to these agreements, and talking one-on-one with each organization about what they can and will provide. I hear you that this is, you said daunting, I think it's ambitious. We are confident that we can meet the goals laid out in the original ordinance with this funding.
Well, Mr. Chairman, you know, certainly, I am impressed with the anticipated level of services. And let me ask this, is this all of these services that will be provided by the various different service providers that we have listed here in the presentation, are these programs all citywide service programs where all citizens of the city of Cleveland will have full participation in these programs?
Through the chair, yes. In order to participate in one of the training programs funded with this initiative, through this initiative, you must be a City of Cleveland resident. That was true in January, and it's still true now.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I want to just thank you, Ms. Rose, thank the chairwoman of the committee. Look forward to working with you all to kind of see how this moves out down the line. The horse has already got out of the stable on it. And the challenge is right now, will we be able to truly fundamentally get Cleveland in a position and a place where we have a strong workforce and we're developing and moving towards that direction for a workforce? Because some of the challenges that I'm having in my neighborhood right now currently is a number of businesses don't have employees. And it's gotten so bad that they've had to curtail their hours of work. So for me, this is a major concern, and I look forward and I stand ready to be of assistance and help wherever I can be. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to Mrs. Rose, and I yield the floor back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much, Councilman. I think that is it. Councilman Brian Casey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, to the director, do any of these, I think there's 14 entities here, do any of these 14 entities receive any other ARPA dollars?
Through the chair. To
From the
councilman.
city?
One moment.
Through the chair, I don't believe so. A couple that I do know have other financial relationships with the city with other funds would be the Urban League and YOU.
So, Mr. Chairman, to the director, didn't YOU just last week receive $700,000, almost $800,000 in ARPA dollars for a summer program?
Through the chair, was that the PIO
Yeah.
legislation? I don't believe that was ARPA money for PIO.
That was not the 2
No,
point,
that
whatever,
wasn't ARPA.
whatever
It's
it was?
general fund operating
Okay,
budget.
and then, all right, I just wanted to make sure. And then, can we get a breakdown, I'm sure you don't have the information now, of what the administrative fees are for this $10 million? Whatever the total's going to be, if you could break that out by each
Per
organization.
provider.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can do that, right?
Mr. or Ms. Saban, can you make sure we follow up on that?
All right, thank you.
All right. Seeing no other questions, ordinance number 672-2023 stands approved. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to turn it over to Councilman McCormick for a brief moment. These are the pieces that we're going to hear. We're going to make sure we hear economic development, which is A510-2023. We're going to hear the public health pieces, and then I would love for us if we could hear the utilities and sustainability. Once we hear those pieces, then we'll move to break, and then we'll begin the second half of the day with Community Relations Board and Equal Opportunity. Okay?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And Mr. McGann, if you can hang out, because I might grab you for a minute too.
10/2023 is amended by Council Members McCormick, Harrison, and Griffin by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing the Director of Economic Development. I'm sorry, everybody.
I think you sound
You sure? Had a good weekend, I heard. Somebody was outside. You was outside.
Listen.
Majority leader.
To enter into one or more contracts with Econsult Solutions, Inc. to conduct an economic development analysis of Berkeley Lakefront Airport for the Department of Economic Development for a period of 1 year. I will never stop using my voice to advocate, so that's it. All right, ordinance 510, Ms. Warren, you have the floor. No, sir, this is economic development.
Yes, good morning. I'm Kate Warren. I'm the Special Assistant to Chief Epstein, and I'm here representing Director Jackson. Some background on this piece is that in November, the administration released an RFP seeking qualified firms to conduct an economic development analysis of Berkeley Lakefront Airport. And we received responses to that RFP. We selected, there was a selection committee that selected eConsult or ESI as the most qualified firm to conduct this analysis, and we are seeking approval to contract with eConsult.
Thank you so much. This was heard in transportation and mobility as well as development planning and sustainability. Councilman Hairston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, this was heard in committee, thoroughly reviewed. This will allow the administration to go out and contract with this organization to begin a study. No study has been completed yet. There's no findings, there's no recommendations, there's no nothing. This is the first step along that process, and have no unreadiness and ask the committee for approval.
Thank you, Councilman Harrison.
Thank you, sir.
Also heard in transportation and mobility, and as the councilman noted, this is truly a data gathering analysis for everyone's education. Do I have questions on 510-2023?
I have one question. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have, through the chair to Kate, do you know if there's been other studies previously done about, go ahead.
Through the chair to the councilwoman, there have been other studies done of Berkeley Lakefront Airport, but not an economic development analysis. So this is strictly to help the city better understand what the economic impact would be if Burke were redeveloped with another use.
Got it.
And this is the first study to be done with that purpose.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Additional questions on 510-2023? They're all taking pity on me. Okay, ordinance 510-2023 is amended. Stands approved, please sign. That's okay, all right. That's all I got for you.
Thank you.
Alrighty. Public health, please. Ordinance number 629-2023 by council members Conwell and Griffin by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing the Director of Public Health to enter into an amendment to contract number PS 2023-116 with Ronald K. White, DBA, the Transparency Program, Inc., to continue to provide fatherhood services to participants in the Moms First program. Director, 629, please.
Through the chair, thank you. And to detail the program, I'll turn it over to our program manager for Moms First, Lisa Matthews.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Yeah,
We just turned to afternoon. So Ronald K. White, AKA the Transparency Program.
Oh, you got this.
Oh.
Never mind.
Okay.
Sorry. You're right. There you go.
Okay. Thank you. To the council through the chair. Ronald K. White, also known or doing business as the Transparency Project, has been a subcontractor of the Moms First. Not hearing it? Okay. Has been a subcontractor for the Moms First program since 2019, serving fathers and partners of those moms enrolled in our services. And earlier this year, our program did a salary analysis of all of our funded positions, those with, we have 4 sources of funding, so not just the general fund, but all of our sources of funding. We did a salary analysis to increase the minimum required payment for community health workers and case managers due to issues and challenges that we were facing with retaining existing staff as well as filling vacancies. So this legislation is to increase the transparency program award by $20,400 for this fiscal year so that we can continue the same or implement the same salary minimums that all the other community health workers and case managers are getting for our fatherhood component.
Thank you so much. And Director, this increase is coming out of your budget. Can you explain where this is coming from?
It's coming out of the general fund, the health division portion of the general fund.
So this is a $20,400 amendment to the contract in order to accommodate the wages that you believe are necessary to attract and retain talent for the program. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do I have questions on 6/29/2023, Councilman Joe Jones?
Mr. Chairman, I don't have a question concerning this particular piece. I just, I've heard of the work that this organization does in the neighborhood. If you might be aware, at one point in time, and it never has this ever happened before in our neighborhood, but we were having a major issue with prenatal issues in our community. And one of the things is when you can get a father program in play, or any kind of program that really helps young women with providing them with the resources they need, like diapers and stuff like that, that really helps to make an impact on people's lives, to know that there's someone out there that really cares about them, and there's a venue or a place or a person that they can go to. So I've heard about this, and I've heard positive things on it, and this is going all the way back to 2019, 2020, 21, and so on, et cetera, and some of the work that they do. So, Mr. Chairman, I just want to just say I really appreciate the work that they do. I don't know about the other programs, but I would love to get that information on other similar type programs that are available to help young mothers and fathers. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for that feedback, Councilman, and my apologies. This was routed through Health and Human Services and the Arts. Councilman Conwell.
Thank you very much. To the chair, your fatherhood services, you guys do what with the fatherhood services in there?
To the councilman through the chair. We provide health education, case management. We coordinate, the Fatherhood Coordinator Program, he coordinates monthly Zoom meetings, so he brings together all men that are engaged in the program. They facilitate together, they co-facilitate. He doesn't just facilitate. He's got the new dads, he's got the veteran dads that have already had a child who kind of assist the new dads. So they cover several educational topics. They review a bunch of resources. And then they, wherever the group dynamics take them, the dads kind of feed off of each other and support each other.
Through the chair, I would love to see this program grow. To the director, whereas we have a partnership with two organizations, with Al Grimes over at the county, to the chair, and so we can get some of that TANF money as well, temporary assistance for needy families. And then we also have a relationship with the state fatherhood initiative. That's through Kimberly Dent over there. Are you familiar with her?
Through the chair to the councilman, yes.
Okay, and then we take it and we grow, because it's all kind of, you kind of stagnant, but it's all kind of programs in there for fatherhood to promote engaged fathers and families together, to work with the National Fatherhood Initiative. I mean, we take it and we make it grow. For example, boot camps for dads. When a baby is first delivered by the mother, really the father should be talking to the baby while in the mother's womb, to the chair. But when he should be in that delivery room when his daughter or son is delivered. So then when the young girl is born, the father cuts the umbilical cord, but then the baby hear the heartbeat of her dad. You see what I'm saying? And then when she grows up, that engagement with the father is there, even if it's not married to the mother. But when she comes out and later in life, she even know how to pick a man just by the dad being engaged and involved in his daughter's life as well as the son. Because when you look at crime, even crime in the community, that's why this program needs to be stronger. If a boy see his dad walking away from issues and concerns like dealing with crime, then he learns to do that as well just by watching dad. And a lot of times we even talk about dealing with crime. We don't talk about manhood or fatherhood. But when that father is there, then he learns to do a thing and to go the way of a man. But we don't push on that. We just talk about having bullets and bringing in police officers. But this piece here is very important, is that we make a strong fatherhood group in here. So the $20,000, I agree with that, but we need to partner as the chairman of health with the fatherhood initiative as well as with the state and national level through the chair to the commissioner of this here and to the director. Sir?
I neglected to introduce Commissioner Lita Wills, Commissioner of Health, Equity, and Social Justice.
Okay, yes.
Sure. Through the chair, thank you, Chairman Councilman Conwell. Sure, this is part of a larger initiative with Moms First, and I know you know all about the successes of Moms First. So our fatherhood component complements all the services that we provide to mom and baby through the pregnancy. Mom and dad don't have to be together for dad to participate in the fatherhood program.
Right.
And as you know, our Moms First program stays with the child until they're 18 months old. And so those services would be for mom and dad for that length of time before they're passed to a partner agency for the next step. And of course, our Ronald White, I know that Councilman Joe Jones knows him. He's been with the project for a number of years. And he is our contract for this particular fatherhood program. He's very well involved with the county efforts and state efforts. He attends national conferences, local conferences.
Got that, that's good.
It's definitely, I worked with Mr. White in the CMSD reproductive health program years ago.
Through the chair, who is Mr. White?
He is the subcontractor, Ronald White, that is the leader of our fatherhood program. That's who our contract is with. That's the contract in question.
Okay.
So yes, and I agree. We would like to increase it and make it stronger. And over time, we have. He has a case manager that works with him. He's been able to engage dads on multiple levels. He employs, a peer-to-peer leadership component of the project. He gets dads out and engaged at other events in the community, and also providing the same services that we will provide to a mother and to and to families, making sure they have the simple things like car seats and safe sleep kits and somewhere to place the baby, as well as education, but those connections to material resources that they would need. Also, he's able to talk to new dads and young dads about balancing all of the things they need to with regard to entering the workforce, remaining in the workforce, getting into all of the resources that they are entitled to, education. He's able to really reach out and provide relationship and rapport with new dads. And provide those services and connect them to multiple services. So we do that, but also I do agree and want to acknowledge your thoughts around making sure that we're able to strengthen the program and hopefully grow it even larger than it is.
Through the chair, we just passed $10 million. Well, we're dealing with the, workforce, through the chair, workforce?
Yes.
Look. You need to have some kind of way we stabilize the dads, because some of the dads don't have jobs, and that we stabilize them through workforce, through the chair, so that we can stabilize the dads so they can have jobs. But you teach them, even if they're not with their children's mother, that they still have to be engaged, and with jobs you take care of other resources, and it can benefit the mother as well, because as we always say, the best thing that a father can do is for his children is to respect his children's mother. So by doing that, they're paying their bills, and when she evaluates this $10 million, the fatherhood group should be on the inside of that evaluation, and that way we can fight poverty better going through that. And do you see what I'm saying? Through the chair.
Thank you, through the chair. Absolutely, and I do believe that not only with our transparency project with the fatherhood program, but as well as with Moms First as part of the curriculum that we use with new moms and dads, there always is a component about not only accessing resources, especially education, but job training and making sure that we're able to work with new moms in terms of helping them stay stable in terms of employment as well as the dads. And I think there is a lot of connectivity between our program as well as the other resources and programs that are in our communities as well.
And you could also with that, and I'll yield, because you could do a lot of, you got to keep the families together. All of this poverty, all these kind of things is because of the breakdown of the family. Even if the father is not with the mother, he has to be an engaged dad through schools, even when schools are not doing well. A lot of times because the mother have to work, let's say from can't see in the morning to can't see at night. But then you don't have your PTAs because the dad is not there also. We got it to make schools stronger, all of that. You got to have the fathers engage with it, and then you have a better chance for healthy kids. I'm saying that it would be nice to have, you mentioned 18 months. When you look at your successful objectives, outcome measures, is that you had, let's say you have a group called the Council of Dads, something like that. Would he put together, these guys are successful, but they come back to the other groups and see, people have to see success every single day. But you see these dads who are working for Frito-Lay or Pepsi Cola, whatever the case may be, they're reaching back into helping out the ones that's going through it now. Because you could do cycles and you could talk about how good things are going to be in the end, but they gotta see things that are winning. And you have your council of fathers, committee of fathers that coming back, your alumni group, helping the other dads out, because this is the way, and they know that someone went through that, it could benefit the whole. You see what I'm saying? Through the chair, I met you before, but I've been meeting so many, Commissioner.
Thank you, through the chair. I agree, and I think that is one of the components that the Transparency Project employs, is that they do have veteran dads that remain in contact by way of the support group that they do every month, but also as sort of a mentoring relationship. And Mr. White is that same mentor himself, and he employs other folks who have been come into the program as you know, a recipient, a participant, and then stuck around because now they have this experience of being a new dad and can support others and partner up with others. But on a larger scale, I can see where we could partner up with the other fatherhood programs to make that a larger network.
Yeah, make it stronger. And I'm going to yield the TANF money, temporary assistance for needy families. We could, because I know a lot of your recipients probably fall into that category. We could grab the TANF dollars, use it to push it to make the fatherhood piece grow in the city as well as in the schools, the whole 9 yards. Do you agree, through the chair?
Through the chair, yes, I certainly agree, and that's something that we can explore.
Mm-hmm. So, but if you need to talk with me, we'll talk about it. We'll look at it. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Mr. Chair.
And thank you for your leadership on the Fatherhood Initiative dating back many years. We appreciate it.
Yeah, I championed the piece.
I know you did.
I did.
And you still are. Any additional questions on 6/29/2023? Hearing none, 6/29/2023 stands approved. Please sign all applicable committees. Ordinance 640.
Councilman, I just had a question.
Okay.
Can they send the information over about what the current salaries are? Because there was no information provided
Director,
at
can you
all
please
of
submit that through our
what
staff?
their stuff is.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Councilman. Ordinance 644/2023 by Councilmembers Conwell and Griffin by departmental request. An emergency ordinance authorizing the Director of Public Health to enter into contract with the Ohio Department of Public Health to perform environmental lead investigations of residences of Medicaid eligible and non-Medicaid eligible children, and to enter into one or more contracts with various agencies, entities, or individuals to provide services necessary to implement this ordinance. Director, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Through the chair, with me is the lead program manager, Atoy Shakila Young, who will give a brief summary of the work, and also want to introduce a relatively new Commissioner of Environment, Wallace Chambers, who joined us from after years at the County Board of Health.
Wonderful. Welcome. Morning, afternoon.
Good afternoon, Council, Chair to Council. So our Let's Safe Living program is, we're one of the 8 delegated authorities from the state of Ohio, and it's through the Ohio Department of Health. So with, we're kind of tasked to conduct public health-led investigations and for our children that are lead poisoned in the city of Cleveland. And what we're doing now are for our children that come in at 5 grams per deciliter, as well as all the way up until for the 9.9 as far as educational information, and from 10 grams per deciliter, we're also doing the investigations for.
Thank you so much. So Director, 644 is authorizing your department to go into contract with JA Consultants, Environmental Health Watch, Accurate Analytical Testing, Cuyahoga Department of Health, and others. Do we have a dollar amount on the funds coming from SF 304?
Through the chair, no dollar amount specified because it depends on the number of children who are poisoned in a given year.
Medicaid, is
Right.
that correct? Got it. Do I have questions? I'm sorry, Councilman. Do I have questions on 644-2023?
So moved.
Hearing none, 644-2023 stands approved. The last one before we break is 699-2023. I've asked Councilman Casey to chair this part of the committee hearings. I will be stepping out. So Councilman Casey, please take over at 699-2023.
Sure, I got you.
You mean 669?
Ordinance number 669, 2023, by Councilmembers Casey and Griffin, by departmental request, an emergency ordinance authorizing the Director of Finance and/or Public Utilities to enter into one or more agreements to join the Southeast Ohio Public Energy Council, DBA Sustainable Ohio Public Energy Council, for the purpose of joining their electrical aggregation services and power supply program to serve residential and small commercial customers in the city of Cleveland for 1 year starting August 2023, meter read dates, and adopting SOPEC's Plan of Operations and Governance. Director?
Good afternoon, Chair and committee members. This ordinance pertains to the community choice aggregation for electricity supply for non-CPP residents and small commercial electricity customers. For context, on May 22nd, Council approved Ordinance 631, 2023, authorization for Director of Finance and/or Director of Public Utilities to enter into contracts and agreements with the selected vendor called SOPEC, Sustainable Ohio Public Energy Council, for setting up a community choice electricity aggregation program based on responses from SOPEC to a competitive RFP process, including indicative pricing and a quality electricity product. Today's legislation specifically represents the last steps before the city can finalize those contracts and agreements. One, we'd be joining SOPEC, which is a regional council of governments, as a city member. And two, the requirement by the Public Utilities Committee of Ohio for a city to adopt what's called a Plan of Operation and Governance. A Plan of Operation and Governance needs to either be created by the city itself, or an existing Plan of Operation and Governance can be adopted. We are seeking to adopt SOPEC's Plan of Operation and Governance through this ordinance. Oh, sorry, one more thing I forgot. Thank you. As a part of the requirements of Ohio Revised Code 4928.20, we worked with Councilman Casey and Deputy Clerk Alan Dreyer to call and hold 2 public hearings on May 31st and June 1st. And then we are seeking to adopt the Plan of Governance as is. Any items that do not apply to Cleveland would be addressed in the contracting phase. For example, there is a clause that refers to Athens, Ohio, which is not applicable to Cleveland in the Plan of Operation and Governance.
You want a list? Okay. Now, just to kind of clear things up, this is not the piece selecting SOPEC to be the aggregator. This is the piece that allows us to join their plan of operations and governance, correct?
Yeah, to the chair, to join the SOPEC and to adopt the plan of operation and governance, that is correct.
Right, and just for my colleagues, we were unable to hear this in Utilities Committee. I had to relieve it out because of the timeliness or lack thereof in getting this piece over to us. But last week, we held 2 public meetings, which are required by Ohio Revised Code in order for us to join this. We did hold those. There was public comment regarding it. So we've met all the obligations according to the state. So with that, I'll move into questions from my colleagues. Councilman Polensek.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just clarification, I'm a little confused. We held a piece last week, a want of information. Did we receive the information we requested?
That was a different piece of legislation.
Pardon?
That was a different piece of legislation.
So that's what
So wait a minute.
I'm a little confused.
I don't remember holding a piece out of utilities. That was for,
The aggregation.
no, that passed out of utilities.
So wait, that's
So the
why-
piece that we held had to deal with the
That's wrong.
requirements contracts for Cleveland Public Power. That was the last piece that was held, correct, Director?
Chairman, that's correct.
Yeah.
Okay, because I had to leave that meeting, but, so I was understanding the SOPEC piece was held.
No, we didn't hold the SOPEC
Chairman, if I
piece.
could, to the councilman, there were 2 distinct pieces, the first of which was allowing the Director of the Department of Public Utilities or Finance to enter into a contract with SOPEC, and then the accompanying piece, the piece under consideration today, is adopting the Plan of Operations and Governance. So those are strictly outlined in the Ohio Revised Code.
Okay.
But the first ordinance, neither of which were held by any committee that I attended.
Okay.
And the one that was held
By
last
that,
week was the digital C
Right,
piece.
okay.
That was it.
Yeah, he did clarify that. So at this point, the pieces that we have here now before us, we'll enter into contract, negotiations, partnership, whatever you want to refer to, with SOPEC. Is that correct?
That's already been done, but this allows us to join their plan of operations and governance, correct?
Through the chair, yes, that is correct. That is a requirement of the Public Utilities Commission of Ohio, Committee of Ohio.
But it's not a really requirement, it's something the city wants to do, correct? We don't have to join their POG in order to choose SOPEC. It's something that we're choosing to do, correct?
Correct. To the chair.
Correct. Okay. All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so the legislation, because this is getting clarified, we're going to become part of their governance with this piece of legislation, correct?
Through the chair, to the council member, that is correct. A regional council of governments.
Okay, who would be that person? Who would be that representative?
Through the chair to the councilman, that would be our public affairs representative. We work through our public affairs team to have a representative appointed. At the moment, our recommendation is Austin Davis be that representative in his role as a public government
So it
representative.
wouldn't be anyone from utilities?
Director?
Through the chair, our recommendation is for public affairs, as it is the body that also has representatives on other boards that are appointed and needed by the city. That's our recommendation at the moment.
Well, this is pertaining to electrical rates and electrical service provided by First Energy customers in the city of Cleveland, correct?
Through the chair to the councilman, the SOPEC Regional Council of Governments would be the body that determines how the aggregation program works.
Which would affect First Energy customers, correct?
Through the chair to the councilman, that is correct.
It would not affect Cleveland Public Power customers.
Through the chair, that is correct. It would not affect Cleveland Public Power customers.
So again, I don't understand why we wouldn't have somebody from utilities, the Department of Utilities on there. That's my opinion. And so the other question is, once the council is to enact this, when would that individual be seated? And then how soon would, by the action being requested of us, would affect First Energy customer rates?
Director?
So through the chair to the councilman, the first question of when they would be seated as soon as we have approved and signed and joined SOPEC, that person would be seated. The first meeting, the next meeting available for what's called the General Assembly of SOPEC is in July. So that would be the first meeting that a representative of the city of Cleveland could conceivably attend.
Okay, so again, I want to go back to the issue with the rates. I have, the majority of my customer base in Ward 8 is Cleveland Public Power, but I have received a few calls from residents that are in First Energy. So when would we see an impact on these proposed big rate increase on First Energy customers, CEI customers?
Understood. Through the chair to the councilman, that is related to the contracting side of things, and the soonest that we would be able to see a change in the rates would be with August meter read dates. That's assuming that we're able to pass the legislation this evening.
So for June, July, and August, for those 3 months at least, customers in the city of Cleveland on First Energy will see their rates substantially increase, correct?
Through the chair to the councilman, for June and July.
Are you sure on that one?
Director?
Through the chair to the councilman, it's dependent upon the timing of the approval of moving forward in partnership with council. If we are able to have this approval go through this evening, then we could catch meter read dates in August, beginning August.
Okay.
The majority of them.
Mr. Chairman, to the director, remember what you're saying at the table. Remember what you're saying at the table. So you're telling us at the table you would expect rates in August for First Energy customers to decrease.
Through the chair to the councilman, I'm going to ask Anand to clarify. Anand Natarajan is the Assistant Director for Sustainability.
Through the chair, thank you, Director. To the council person, we will do everything possible to enter into a contract as soon as the legislation is passed today in order to exactly said what the director said, is to get everybody into in August what is called as meter reads. So that is what we're going to try. And then we will know better this week as we enter into the contracting phase with law and our city departments.
Okay. Because
Mike, can I get a point on that?
Oh, yes, you can.
On that point, is that contract ready to go?
Through the chair, we have a lot of draft documents being reviewed as we speak by law.
The question is that contract ready to go? Because that contract should be ready to sign the minute that this legislation passes. After everything we've been through for the last 9 months with this, knowing that this was most likely getting passed today, that I really do hope that there's not a delay in this passage and the signage of the contract, because aren't rates supposed to be bought today? Or don't they open up today for power purchase?
Through the chair, the rates can be purchased every day. And so we would do everything possible that we mentioned during the POG hearings.
All right.
Also,
okay.
Because we have to make sure that the opt-out letters, the letters that accompany and go to the residents, are thoroughly vetted. And the city of Cleveland is protected with all the programs that we want. So we want to ensure that we can do this as soon as possible.
Our CFO, are we ready to go with this contract to not have a delay so that our customers are not up in, so that the rates drop in August? Or to Director Kane?
Through the chair to the council, I think the contract is in the law department. Yes. We've been working on it over the last several weeks. I'd have to confirm exactly where we are in terms of the negotiation with SOPEC so that we're in a position to sign it as soon as possible. But we have been, over the last 2 weeks in particular, really driving on both this aggregation and other procurement so that we can protect ourselves across the board for the summer.
All right. Let me ask you this question real quick. Does this have to pass in order for us to enter into the contract with SOPEC for them to become our aggregator?
Go ahead. Through the chair, yes.
Okay.
Because this is a combined one, yes.
All right. Councilman?
Okay. Well, Chairman asked the appropriate questions. When you tell me that it's sitting in the law department, that's not real, that doesn't really reassure me. I can assure you that right now, based on our previous experience with stuff sitting in the law department. That's like going into an outer space, what they call it, black hole or whatever they call it, where it just disappears.
Yep.
So at the end of the day, Mr. Chairman, the proof will be in the pudding. Residents are struggling in this city to pay utility bills. And all of us around the table are greatly concerned about the impact on First Energy customers throughout this summer. So
Amen.
If I'm hearing correctly, what I'm being told is that the council's being told that somehow in August, we will start to see a change or decrease in customer bills. That's what we need to hear. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. And just from our meetings last week, have we gotten our rate yet, our exact rate, or is it still just an estimate? Because I believe that SOPEC said in last week's meeting that today would be the day that we would get our rates.
Through the chair, they had provided, well, again, they are ready to provide the rate when we're ready to sign, which is this week. They could get rates for us if we needed to ask them for a rate this week, today. But
Well, why don't you do that?
Well, because if we get it today, it's not still valid until the directors are ready to execute. And so it is going to be this week, every day. Each day is the correct rate that we will get. And so we are actively working on it, Chair, and we are telling you, just getting a rate today is just going to give you an indication. We can get that and provide that to you. But that will not be the final rate that the city will execute. So the day that we are ready is going to be Wednesday, Thursday, whatever that is the rate we will have. So.
Councilman Harsh.
I do. Thank you, Chairman. So I understand through the chair to the chief and the director, we are here today to answer whether or not to move the legislation forward on joining SOPEC's Plan of Operations and Governance, their POG. Through the chair to the chief or the director, does the POG dictate whether or not Cleveland First Energy customers are opted into brown energy or green energy, AKA the higher rate or the lower rate?
Director?
Through the chair to the councilman, the plan of operation and governance does not dictate the type of power.
The type of power, okay. So through the chair, my big concern, one of my big concerns about this whole thing has been that we're being asked to choose between green energy and our residents' pocketbooks, because green energy costs more than what they're calling brown energy or non-renewable energy. And there's an opt-in process where the individual customers will have to decide if they want to stay in that opt-in or if they want to opt out to a different rate, but the opt-out process is arduous. So through the chair to the director, what consideration is being given to whether or not we opt people into the higher green energy rate or the lower brown energy rate?
Director?
So through the chair to the councilman, we have for the past 10 years been able to achieve an affordable price for First Energy customers who are residential and small commercial accounts that is 100% renewable energy backed by renewable energy credits. The opportunity to continue that is here in the contracting phase of joining this Community Choice Electric Aggregation Program. We aim to not have that opt-down process be arduous. There will be a phone number that customers can call. There will be an online form, and SOPEC will have customer service for that option.
So through the chair to the director, so we are going to ask residents to opt out of the higher rate and opt into the lower rate if they so choose. The default will be the 100% renewable green higher rate.
Through the chair to the councilman, that is our recommendation and our policy decision.
That's the policy decision. Okay, thank you. Then, so I just want everybody to be clear, we are then choosing green energy credits as the higher priority than our residents' pocketbooks.
Director?
And that's the choice that we're making as a city through the administration.
Through the chair to the councilman, we are still seeing savings for residents over their option to stay with First Energy. First Energy pricing is about 12 cents or so, and the savings would still be realized for residents.
And
This is an optional program for residents to opt out if they so see that fit. And we have some recommendations in place on our Community Choice Aggregation website, Sustainable Cleveland. .org/community choice aggregation for other options for Brown Power that do not include the community choice aggregation program.
And through the chair to the director, that's wonderful. And we also know that SOPEC buys all of their energy from AEP Power. They don't buy from multiple sources and lump it together. They don't aggregate the energy source. They actually just aggregate the buyers. So all the energy comes from AEP no matter what SOPEC does, because that's who they are buying their energy from. It's just whether or not we're buying brown credits or green credits, basically. So I just want to be clear on that. I appreciate knowing that the POG does not actually impact that. That's still just a policy decision. So that's the only question I had. Thank you, Chairman.
All right, thank you. Councilwoman Gray.
Thank you, Chair. I have a few questions about the constituents that have been calling me the entire week and weekend regarding their energy bill. Some of them are chaired to to the committee. Some of the constituents are going on apples to apples to find the lowest energy service to get. But however, their concern is if they get locked into a contract for at least 6 or maybe 7, 8 months, and then you obtain this aggregator, then they can't get out if the aggregator is lower than what they locked into. They having several decisions to make, either to not get locked in or to find someone. How can you get that information out to them so they can have a better understanding of of what's going on with the aggregator?
Well, one of the problems we're having with apples to apples is that there's not an apple from the city yet, right? There's just an estimate. So we can't give them an exact amount to compare it to. But we do know that once the city locks in a rate, right, then they'll automatically, our First Energy customers will automatically be locked in unless they opt out. So if they go and find their own aggregator, they're taking a chance that if they don't read the fine print, once the city comes up with theirs, it's locked in, you're going to know. But if you go with another aggregator, unless you read the fine print, you may have one rate for 6 months, then it may opt out, or there may be a fee to opt out, or you may be signing something that looks like 6 months, but in the long run, it's 3, 4, 5 years. I mean, unless you really watch the fine print, or you can just leave it to the city and we'll lock you into a rate for as long as our contract is. That's the best I can tell you, because we don't have that rate. Director?
Through the chair to the councilwoman, we will have a town hall with SOPEC, assuming that this is approval goes through in July, to discuss those options as well.
Thank you, Chair. But when is the
On that point, who's holding a town hall with SOPEC to discuss rates?
Well, clarification to the chair, we are proposing to have community public engagement with SOPEC should they be selected to talk about the
Well, we know
rates.
they're selected, so we know that.
About the final rates.
Okay, why do we have to have a town hall to discuss rates, to tell people what, go out and shop again?
No, sorry. To clarify, we just want to make sure that the communication, I'm just addressing the councilwoman's question about getting the information to the community.
and Chair to the you're the commissioner?
Director.
Director, yeah. And that is true, Chair to the director. So this is the point I believe that she's talking about. The residents have heard stating that because you have like a robocall or announcement going out saying not to choose another aggregator per se, whereas the residents don't know what to do or who to choose. That's why they ask questions about apple to apples, and they ask questions. If they stay, they can't afford a double bill because they got to choose between, health or rent or whatever, because they can't measure or say how much that bill would be for the next couple of months. So they are in a precarious situation on what to do. So if you're planning on having some type of meeting to explain which way they should go, because my phone is ringing off the hook, and I am a First Energy customer. However, I don't guide or give them any information because I don't want to tell them what I'm doing versus what, what's going to complement their income lifestyle. So I have taken myself out the equation to try to explain to them, some options. So a meeting should be had, saying that I am having a community meeting on June 10th. If someone can come to that meeting to explain to the residents there, I would really much appreciate it, because it is very confusing to explain something that your department didn't do prior to getting us in this situation, per se. So we need some clarification, because this is financial heart-wrenching on a lot of consumers who don't want to leave First Energy, but don't know where else to go. So that's all I have to say.
And Councilwoman, I can assure you that between myself or one of the directors here, that somebody will be at your June 10th meeting. Just will get us the information. We'll make sure somebody's out there to see what's going on and explain it better to some of your residents. You're welcome. Councilman, is that it? Yes. All right, Councilman Jones.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. The first question I would have, Mr. Chairman, looking at the governance here, and I guess the question came from my colleague Mike Polensek, and it's weighty on my mind. In terms of governance, how did that come about that they would? Have we been in years past with these aggregations that we've had representatives coming from the city of Cleveland to serve as representation on behalf of the city of Cleveland?
Director?
Through the chair to the councilman, my understanding is that yes, in years past we have had what's called a regional council of governments aggregator, where a representative from the city, it was on the General Assembly, and perhaps I believe also the board of directors for that aggregator.
So we've had this. So this is just boilerplate kind of scenario, and for the most part, correct?
Director?
Through the chair to the councilman, could you clarify?
Boilerplate, meaning that this is just a normal process of business.
Chairman, if I could,
Director
Chairman of the
King could
council
probably
member,
give us a better history.
it's just a lot of the terms and conditions in a plan of operation and governance is controlled in the Ohio Revised Code through the Public Utilities Commission of Ohio. It is boilerplate, a lot of it.
I see. And so, Mr. Chairman, here's this proposition of aggregation has been an issue for me, not being able to have some of the answers available for my public to really have an understanding. Normally, when we enter into contract, isn't that at the beginning of the year?
Director?
Through the chair to the councilman, it does not have to be at the beginning of the year, no.
And so, Mr. Chairman, it seems like we're late coming to the table. And that's the reason why I asked you what would be the timeline, because I've never been in a situation since I've served in the past on council and even now where we had not entered into some kind of aggregation where we would have a lower rate.
Director?
So through the chair to the councilman, typically you would start this kind of contract depending on the energy costs of during the year. and we regretfully were a couple of months behind in issuing the RFP for selection of a vendor for this program.
I see. And so basically, who's with this particular vendor? Who is the person? Is it the electric illuminating company? Who is it?
Through the chair to the councilman, it is it's called SOPEC, Sustainable Ohio Public Energy Council, and they aggregate all of the residential loads and small commercial loads of First Energy Illuminating Company, Ohio Edison.
Right.
That's
So
their
so it's just a name that's put together, and it's really First Energy.
Through the chair to the councilman, no, this is
They'll be
completely
buying the energy
different.
from First Energy.
Through the chair, no, they will be buying energy from a different company called AEP Energy.
And where are they getting their energy from, Mr. Chairman?
Through the chair, I'm
Through
gonna
the chair
defer
to
to
the councilperson, the company AEP Energy itself is a company that is based in Columbus, Ohio. The wires are provided by First Energy and the meters. That's all we're doing.
Right.
So we are buying the energy or the electricity separately from SOPEC.
And what is their current rate, Mr. Chairman?
Director?
Through the chair to the councilperson, First Energy, if you are not buying from anybody else, will be about 12 cents from June.
You said how much?
12 cents if you don't shop.
Per kilowatt hour.
Per kilowatt hour, 12 cents per kilowatt hour. With this company, we got an indicative pricing less than 7 cents, and that's what we're targeting as we finish the contracting this week.
So First Energy is at 12 cents a kilowatt, and you're looking at 7 cents a kilowatt.
Approximately, Chairman. Yes, to the councilperson. Yes.
Okay. And we don't really know where they're buying their energy from, do we? Or they're buying it on the market space, Mr. Chairman?
Through the chair to the councilperson, SOPEC is getting that energy from a company called AEP Energy.
And Mr. Chairman, so as soon as we ratify this particular agreement here to put a person on the advisory committee, because I noticed that we have about 13 people who sit on the advisory committee so far, and or 13 counties at least. Now, of these counties, will each one of these representatives, for example, Perry County has at least 4 villages. Will all 4 village people be on that advisory committee? How does that work?
You know what's going to come out of my mouth, right? Yes, the village people are going to be on the SOPEC. Director, go ahead. Go ahead.
Is it 5 village people? There's more villages here, but if this particular instance, will these 5 different villages be put on there?
Director.
So, through the chair, the General Assembly for SOPEC invites a participant per government. So it might be, so if each one of those villages is participating in SOPEC, then yes, each one of them would have a representative on the General Assembly.
I see. Mr. Chairman, you know, my distinguished colleague, Mrs. Gray, talked about having a session in the neighborhood. We would love to have you guys come out, kind of explain that. That's been a lot of discussion with a lot of our senior citizens not knowing what's what. And right now, currently, Mr. Chairman, what is the kilowatt hour rate for Cleveland Public Power and First Energy right now?
Director Kane?
Yeah.
Through the chairman of the council member, it's on the bill. It's the number in parentheses next to the rate. I believe it's somewhere around 7.6.
It's 7.6 right now?
I believe, yes. Through the chairman of the councilman, yes.
And is that's for Cleveland Public Power?
Chairman of the council member, yes.
Do we know what First Energy's rate is? Is it 12 kilowatt hour? Is that
It's going to be
stated
chairman
earlier?
of the council member. That's the rate that we're concerned about, all of us jointly, right? And those are issued at the first of the month. And for the month of June, it is around 12 cents per kilowatt hour. And as council will remember, that's the same as it was last June when we had an aggregator. But the whole intention and benefit of doing this is a fixed 12-month price.
Right.
That's what we want. That's what we're requesting authority to do. And that's what we have pledged to council that we will do. 12 months fixed price at what we currently think is around 7 cents.
And then, Mr. Chairman, you know, I agree. We need to, you know, do something. I like 7 points. Is that the best we can get on the market space? Is 7 cents, Mr. Chairman, to
Chairman of the council member, that is a very strong price at this point. Our benefit, the reason you aggregate is our purchase power, right? You're buying your slice of the pie off of the grid, greater grid, regardless of who made it or who bought it or who gets a rec from it. But our competitive advantage is our consumption. So if we can get around 7 cents, I can assure you that Chief Abu Nama will be signing.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I don't have any on the readiness. I do notice, though, Mr. Chairman, that there are some counties that are missing. I know that we have the city of Cleveland here, but we don't have no one listed here from Cuyahoga County. Is there someone from? Is there other cities and no one else in Cuyahoga County is involved with the decrease here, and why? Why not?
Director.
So through the chair to the councilman, at the moment we are I believe City of Cleveland is the one in Northeast Ohio who is participating with SOPEC.
So then, are there other agreements with other individuals or companies in Cuyahoga County?
Through the chair to the councilman, yes. Other communities have gone with other aggregators. That is correct.
And is the county as a whole? Because when we look at these counties here, Mr. And the reason why I'm asking the question is if that is the case, then what kind of agreements do they have? Is this agreement competitive? What agreements are out there, or is it far better?
Through the chair to the councilman, yes, this is a very competitive agreement that we're seeking, and the responders, the other respondents to our RFP are some of the aggregators that work in Northeast Ohio as well.
I see. And Mr. Chairman, do we have a listing of the other aggregators that are working with, the other members of county and can take a look at what their rates are and what they're getting? Is there a board or a web page I could go to that could show me that information?
Through the chair to the councilman, I believe the PUCO would list that.
Oh, so PUCO has it? Okay. And then lastly, Mr. Chairman, on this agreement here, who's the fiscal agent? Who would be responsibility for the fidelity of the bond?
Director?
Through the chair to the councilman, there is not a bond involved in this.
So so we're more or less going directly with the buy down of the pricing straight to the consumer. So who's the fiscal agent then, Mr. Chairman?
There is no fiscal agent required for this arrangement through the chair.
According to the contract, you're supposed to have a fiscal agent.
Through the chair to the councilman, this will simply impact the bills that each resident served by First Energy receives.
Yeah.
So there's no city funds at play in this agreement. So if you have a home and you're served by First Energy, once this is in place, your bill will just reflect the aggregated price of energy and not the First Energy price. We're not stepping in between. The city's process is really to identify the entity that will provide the aggregated electricity, enter into an agreement with that entity so that they can then provide electricity to the residents.
If I could clear it up, Councilman, if you have First Energy, I hate saying the word, but if you have that electric company, then you pay the bill. They're responsible for paying SOPEC then, correct?
Correct.
So the city's not involved financially at all with it.
So basically, the customer, the consumer, who has First Energy, if we enter into this agreement, then, for clarification, Mr. Chairman, then the customer can then therefore go to, how do they get in? Or is it, they're opt-in automatically?
So they're automatically opted in,
automatically.
and then
so.
they have the ability to opt out if they wish.
I see. So then they would just go ahead and, because they're automatically added to the plan, and they just pay their bills as normal and as usual with no increases, and there's no fiscal agent as it relates to this proposition.
Correct.
Mr. Chairman, thank you to the administration. I'm glad to be able to get this past us, and I'm ready to sign off quickly. Thank you, Mr.
All
Chairman.
right, thank you. Councilwoman House.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. So someone like myself, I'm just like going to understand the basic. I know you've indicated that there was a delay in this. So explain this to me, like, because I'm not in this world, I'm not on the committee. Explain this to me. How did this happen?
Director?
So through the chair to the councilwoman, the delay on issuing the RFP was regrettable. We were seeking to address the cost from June, July, and August, but we're not able to do that. We were only able to address beginning with August meter reads.
I understand that. I said, how did it happen? Through the chair to the thing. The reason why I'm saying this is because, again, I've been trying through the chair to the staff here, again, with the unregrettables. So again, when you get, as myself, who gets the message from constituents about what are they going to do when it comes to their, to their bills or whatever, and I still have yet received information and how to share this in a way that they understand, because I don't understand. So I'm really trying to help me to understand what to tell, just to say, and again, so that's why I'm asking this question.
Director?
So through the chair to the councilwoman, we have some materials, and I'm happy to sit down with you and go through them and explain them, and have come, as we talked about with Councilwoman Gray and Councilman Jones, and come to a meeting and discuss that, absolutely. As for the delay, I'm going to ask Assistant Director Natarajan to respond to that.
Through the chair to the council person, also directed to your, just want to add that we have been sharing a lot of communication material over the past couple of weeks many times, and we can send that over in terms of what residents can do as an option while they wait for June and July. So we have sent that over to the committees, and we are happy to share that, because we have been at least trying to be as proactive in terms of what the information is out there that residents can choose while they wait for the program or wait and join the program. And I think we have mentioned that, as our director has mentioned, we wish we were not in this situation, but we are doing everything possible to get into this program as soon as possible. There were delays because we wanted to try to understand and get this plan of operations and governance done on behalf of the city directly, so we have more choices, and we wanted to try to get as robust of an RFP out to the street. And so that kind of caused some delays, but that's still not an excuse. We get it. We've already mentioned that, and we want to move forward with your help as soon as possible.
Just to add, through the chair, we also have engaged with Mary McNamara to work with senior citizens and having a in-person, potentially at a recreation center or an appropriate senior centers, to have some discussions with seniors, because I understand that a lot of the calls have been coming from seniors who are on fixed incomes.
So through the chair to the director, is your office prepared so I can just forward all the voicemails and emails for you all to respond to it?
So through the chair to the councilwoman, we have 311 who will be intercepting the calls and escalating the calls. And if they have been trained as of Friday in depth on answering the questions, and on an ongoing basis, we will be working, coordinating 311. If there's a question that needs to be escalated, we're happy to help out with that.
Okay, so the calls that, I wish I could let you hear the voicemails that come. Hold on. Because again, I don't think there's a disconnect here. There's a real disconnect here, where there's clearly was not a pressing desire to understand the residents that we have and to be thoughtful in how we communicate to them. And I heard a lot of things, and I don't know where the Department of Utilities was. The decision to have one department do something in an exclusion of the Department of Utilities, like, this is problematic. And to think that it suffice that our 311 operators will be equipped to properly and effectively address this is irresponsible. It's irresponsible. So like I said, for the questions that are coming to my office, I'm going to forward it to you so that you can answer them. You can pick up the phone. It's cool to have a worker, but at this level of a mistake, the people who made the decisions, which to my understanding, who made this decision, it was a choice of your department, correct, Director?
Director?
Through the chair to the councilwoman, yes. It was our
Okay,
department.
so yes. So this type of misstep, The person who made the mistake is the person who deserves to talk to Clevelanders, not giving them a person, a middle person, the person who made the decision. And you can explain to the residents why they are going to be paying more, because we didn't prioritize getting this RFP out that Councilman Casey had been talking about for months. 4 months. We don't have a resolve. We will not be able to get them additional dollars. So every single call that comes into my office, and I would encourage every single council member, send it to the director and this department so you can get on the phone like we have to do to explain it and apologize for the mistake that you made and your department made and whoever else was a part of this decision. And like I said, it's cool, you know, to try to pass things off, but this right here, people deserve an apology from you, because I don't know the intricacies of it. I've asked for, you know, from communications department, tell me what to do. I don't know. So I'm gonna shift this off to you because I didn't make this decision. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Councilwoman. You're absolutely right. I've been saying it for a while that this should have been done last year. Unfortunately, it wasn't. This is the situation we're in. We're here to correct it. So anybody else have?
If I may, through the chair, there is a communications website also available right now. I'm not saying that's answering every question, but we're attempting to answer all of the questions that we've received from council.
Just a point of information.
And I believe at this point, though, it'd probably just be easier if we had our residents call you.
And this is the thing or whatever. If that was the case, the people who are calling our office are probably people, again, who are not, they are not necessarily technology savvy, right? And again, for the time and effort and labor that our offices have to contact and respond to everything in the city of Cleveland. Right now, the biggest thing with the vacant lots, like this stuff is just compounded. And the time that our offices have to respond to things that are not being done because we are not effectively communicating is problematic. It's like I feel like I can't keep up. I can't keep up. And people wonder why you can't. A lot of these things are very intricate, that you should be able to have some level of summary to be able to communicate effectively. And I have not been in a position to effectively communicate to my residents specifically about this issue. And for me, that is problematic. So the information that has been shared is not good enough. So therefore, because again, based on all the other things that I have to prioritize, I'm gonna send it to you, and you can explain.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Just as a follow-up, Councilman Joe Jones.
Mr. Chairman, one of the things that, you know, and it's one of the questions I asked was, you know, the proposition of are we late in this proposition, because we've had a number of constituents that have been complaining about this, and come to find out that this is indeed the case. So one of the things that I've been sitting here at this table talking about for the longest and trying to come to resolution on some issues, and Mrs. House brought that up in terms of vacant lots. And I've sat here at this table and talked about our staff, our employees, our supervisors, people who do the work in vacant lots, and trying to ready the administration and this table that this is an ongoing issue and it needs to be resolved. Only reason why I go there and then I flip to this is because it's my understanding that we knew about this for quite some time. So as we move forward, Mr. Chairman, I would suggest to the administration to make sure that as we enter into this agreement with the aggregation, that we also be looking ahead of time for a renewal of either this existing contract or looking for another aggregator that can do this work as we move forward, because normally in years past, and when I served on the council, the administration of Mike White was efficient in this process, flawless. And Mr. Chairman, this issue that we're talking about right here today led to some other problems, me coming into the city council and the choosing and the selection process of who would do aggregation. And and that caused for political issues that council members had to fundamentally deal with, and they were not pleasant. And I don't want to get into what those are at the table, so if any members want to talk to me about what that meant and what that was, it's major. And it could have been the undoing of the entire table that sits here today. So I would hope that we can get this right as we are moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, anybody else have any other questions on 669-2023?
Quick
Councilwoman
question,
Santana.
Mr. Chair, just really quick. Councilwoman House, I really appreciate her remarks, but just it reminded me of something. Through the chair, I don't have First Energy, and I don't have a lot of residents in my area that have First Energy, but I'm curious to know through the chair, since the bill will be increasing for all customers, is there any financial resources available to low income, to senior
Director.
residents?
To the Councilwoman, there are programs called Percentage of Income Payment Plan, PIP, and HEAP is also something, but PIP is more applicable to electricity, and we're working with Cleveland Housing Network to ensure that they understand that they might have additional calls, and the process is on our website, but also 311 is aware of that process. So if they get calls from a resident, then they can have also phone numbers, places to go, walk-in appointments to get that assistance, to apply for that assistance if they're not on it already. If they are on PIP, then they are not affected by the Community Choice Aggregation Program. So low-income residents who are customers of First Energy, who are on Percentage of Income Payment Plan, are not affected by this program at all.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
All right, seeing no other questions on 669-2023, stands approved. Please sign up. At this time, also, we're going to break for lunch, and we'll be back at 1:50.
Worked in the field of visual perception in research for about 13 years at Case after graduating while I was developing the dance company. So studying how the brain perceives is extremely influential about when you're creating, something that people are seeing, right? This idea of visual composition and how our brain processes symmetry versus asymmetry.